Chapter 158. The Final Violent Dance. Lonely, I'm not dreaming, right? Blackie slapped Lonely Snow's shoulders, his finger pointing towards the group of crippled golden fish. Lonely Snow's gaze turned sluggish as he shook his head in a daze. Compared to the rapid decrease of the golden fish's HP, Lonely Snow was more shocked by Shifang's techniques. He only managed to see the countless shadows left behind by Shifang's hands. Before Lonely Snow could even get a clear view of Shifang's hands, more than 10 freezing shadow darts already flew out. Such speed could practically rival an assault rifle. Aside from Shifang's frightening speed, his accuracy also caused others to submit. Every dart he shot out had accurately landed on the golden fish afflicted with the doom curse. Moreover, they even landed on the softer side abdomens of the golden fish. If Lonely Snow were in Shifang's shoes, it would be fortunate if he could toss out one freezing shadow dart at a time and land the hit, not to mention tossing out more than 10 darts at a time, and land every single one on the side abdomens of the golden fish. I'll be satisfied when I can achieve such a level of technique. Lonely Snow was completely trapped in the fantasy of Shifang's dart-throwing technique. Stop daydreaming and quickly capture the crippled golden fish. Shifang hurriedly commanded. At this time, Blackie and Lonely Snow were finally aroused from their thoughts. They immediately used the magical nets to capture the crippled golden fish. 1 fish. 2 fish. 3 fish. Shifang only spent a short 30 seconds to force 3 golden fish into a crippled state. Shifang's violent speed had shocked even Faust himself, and he could not help but feel a slight ache in his heart. However, when the effects of the damage amplification, Doom Curse, and Dark Violent Dance dissipated, the capturing speed of the golden fish immediately slowed. Shifang could only wait until the cooldown for Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and Dark Violent Dance to finish before renewing his assault. Overall, Shifang's group captured an average of 5 golden fish per minute. Within 1 hour, they could capture around 300 golden fish, and within 4 hours, they could collect the required 1,000 golden fish and complete the quest. Time passed, little by little. Unknowingly, over 4 hours passed by already. We're rich. We're rich. Lonely, how many fish did you catch? I got 618. You? Haha. I have more than you. I have 645. We'll have 1,263 if we add them together. We've already reached the targeted 1,000 to trade for the fragmented legendary ranked item. Leader, hang in there. We should still have some time remaining. We might even gather another 100 or so golden fish to trade for a dark gold ranked item. Blackie and Lonely Snow captured the golden fish in exhilaration. As they watched the number of golden fish continuously grow in their bags, they could not suppress even a smile of their faces. The only misfortune in this situation was that Shifang could not raise his skill proficiency by attacking these golden fish. He also did not obtain a single point of experience from his efforts. If he killed this many level 20 special elites in a normal situation, the 3 of them would have long since risen by 2 or 3 levels. However, Shifang did not feel much from this. It was only Blackie and Lonely Snow who did not know of the rarity of a fragmented legendary ranked item. They might not get another chance to secure one for a very long time. To obtain the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, right now, even spending 1 to 2 days would be worth it, not to mention spending only several hours. Shifang's strength would soar if they possessed a fragmented legendary ranked item. As long as he equipped it, even when faced with apex experts, he would still suppress them with overwhelming strength. In God's domain, there were none willing to follow a weakling. Players would only revere the strong. If Shifang wanted to establish his own virtual empire, he first needed to empower himself. Only then could attract others to follow him. During the early stages of God's domain, players like Shifang, who had yet to start up their own workshops, had 0 chances of competing against the various large guilds. In God's domain, there were plenty of high-leveled field bosses that dropped valuable loot. There were even some that would drop dark gold ranked items. If lucky, players might even encounter a High Lord ranked monster. Although High Lord ranked monsters were incomparably powerful, they possessed a small chance to drop an epic ranked item. As for the usefulness of an epic ranked item to a guild, that was obvious. Not only could it increase a player's personal strength, allowing them to kill even more powerful monsters, they would also attract plenty of famous players to join the guild, further increasing the guild's overall prowess. In regards to dealing with high-level monsters or high lord-ranked monsters, large guilds could simply use numbers to overwhelm them. Although they would have to pay a heavy price, everything would be worth it if they could obtain top-tier equipment. Meanwhile, small guilds and workshops did not have such capabilities, and such a situation would allow the large guilds to have a much easier time procuring top-tier equipment. As more time passed, the gap between the two would continue to grow larger and larger, and soon, the small guilds would have no chance to compare to large guilds at all. Although developing a guild with a massive amount of members was an easy task, it was a long and arduous process to fully persuade these players to willing stay in the guild and share in the wealth and woe together. Time was necessary for the members to improve their cooperation with each other. A guild also needed a core framework that could properly manage the guild members. Aside from that, a guild needed sufficiently attractive incentives and treatment to attract new members. It also needed to have a massive space for improvements and wonderful future prospects. Meanwhile, having wonderful future prospects meant having a powerhouse as a leader. None of these points could be missing. Otherwise, the recruited members would easily choose to leave the guild. For guilds like Martial Union, Assassin's Alliance and Ouroboros, they had long since formed a sturdy foundation. They were also led by apex powerhouses. Hence, the moment they entered a new virtual reality game, they would very quickly develop themselves. They also continuously recruited a large number of players. Hence, even if they suffered massive setbacks, they would very quickly rise again. Meanwhile, for startup guilds like Shadow, they did not even possess a proper welfare system. If they wished to recruit a large number of players within a short period, they might cause an adverse effect, entering a period of stagnation, and maybe even a period of declination. Thus, Shifeng chose to go down the road of the elite. He planned to first form a powerful team as the guild's foundation. He would then improve it steadily, gradually increasing the guild's member capacity. He would not follow in the footsteps of Shadow, where the guild appeared superb on the outside, but in reality, it was riddled with holes, unable to withstand even a single blow. If Shifeng wished to form a sturdy foundation, powerhouses were a definite must, even more so for a newly established guild and workshop like Zero Wing. Without strength that surpassed others, how could they suppress those other experts and recruit them into the guild? Only with great strength would Zero Wing show others the possibilities of advancement in their guild. Meanwhile, the fragmented legendary ranked item was unquestionably a great source of strength for Shifeng. Time is almost up. I should start the final spurt, then. After battling at full power for over 4 hours, Shifeng was drenched in sweat. Be it mentally or physically, he was exhausted near to collapsing. If it were not for the attraction of the fragmented legendary ranked item, he would have long since fainted into a deep sleep. Soon after, Shifeng took out all the frost grenades he had in his possession, and all of the Tier 1 magic scrolls he had. He then distributed them to Blackie and Lonely Snow. These items are very precious. We'll use them together. Absolutely do not waste them, Shifeng sternly said in the party chat. Brother Feng, rest assured. I'm a cursemancer, so it will not be a problem for me to release these Tier 1 magic scrolls. Leave it to me. Blackie and Lonely Snow could also feel the weight of these items. Not mentioning the frost grenades, just the value of such a large quantity of Tier 1 magic scrolls was immeasurable. If any accidents occurred, their losses would be abnormally huge. Attack that group of golden fish with me. Shifeng tossed out an intermediate frost grenade, solidifying a group of golden fish in place. He then used Thundering Flash, inflicting a damage amplification effect and the Doom Curse on them. Soon after, he unfurled a fire-type Tier 1 magic scroll, blasting an attack at the group of golden fish. Blackie and Lonely Snow also tossed out their frost grenades at the same time, freezing all the golden fish. They then followed up by using the Tier 1 magic scrolls, immediately starting violent bombardment. A series of explosions resounded throughout the Silver River, giving rise to layers upon layers of waves. The shocking damages caused the HP of the group of golden fish to roll downwards frantically. Compared to Shifeng's initial burst, this burst was much more powerful. Watching this, Faust could not help but wipe away the cold sweat that formed on his forehead. Are these young lads trying to snatch even my family inheritance away? Chapter 159. The Forgotten History. The power of Tier 1 magic scrolls far surpassed the capabilities of the magic of players at this stage of the game. The might of fire-type and ice-type magics that Shifeng wielded was especially frightening. A Tier 1 AoE scroll, Flame Explosion, instantly caused over -6,000 damage to the golden fish, while another Tier 1 AoE scroll, Cold Wind Blowing, caused over -5,000 damage. With all three members of Shifeng's group attacking simultaneously, the golden fish had nowhere to hide. Due to being frozen by the frost grenades, the golden fish were unable to move at all. Tier 1 magic scrolls bombarded them with magical attacks, one after another, rapidly reducing the golden fish's HP and sending them into a crippled state. After an all-out burst lasting more than 10 minutes, Shifeng completely exhausted all of the attack-type Tier 1 magic scrolls he obtained from the Moonlight Forest. They had also fully depleted the frost grenades he bought from the Blackwing City. If totaled, the value of all of the items used was at least 20 gold coins. This loss could bankrupt a normal guild. However, their harvest during these 10 minutes or so was bountiful. They captured a total of 247 golden fish during this time, increasing their total accumulated number to 1510 golden fish, far exceeding Shifeng's initial estimation. They had perfectly achieved the quest's targeted number. Brother Feng, here's the golden fish I collected. Here's mine as well. Blackie and Lonely Snow excitedly handed over all the golden fish they captured to Shifeng. Anticipation filled their eyes as they waited for Shifeng to trade for the heavenly dragon's breath. They wanted to see just how powerful the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked item were. Just as Shifeng received all the golden fish, hesitation appeared on his face. Originally, his goal from the beginning had been the heavenly dragon's breath. Now, however, he had an additional 500 or so golden fish in his possession, far exceeding his initial estimates. He did not know just what sort of items he should trade for with these extras. Brother Feng, what's wrong? Blackie curiously asked as he noticed Shifeng's thoughtful expression. Nothing much. I want to ask you guys for your opinions. Right now, we have over 500 extra golden fish, so we can gain plenty more items with them. If we trade them for dark gold equipment, we can get 2 to 3 pieces. If we convert them to level 15 fine gold equipment, we have enough for more than 10 pieces. If we trade them for secret silver ranked items, we can outfit the entire party with them, greatly increasing the party's strength. However, we can also exchange 500 golden fish for an epic ranked item, Shifeng said. When everyone reaches level 15, the entire party can be fully equipped with level 15 secret silver equipment? Blackie trembled with excitement just from the thought of it. Although they still needed some time before they reached level 15, and by the time they reached that level, the scarcity of equipment would have decreased. An entire party fully geared with secret silver equipment was not a feat that even a first-rate guild could achieve. Even the elites amongst the elites of these first-rate guilds would, at most, have 1 to 2 pieces of secret silver equipment. Moreover, the equipment would be level 10, not level 15. Possibly, only those very few Apex experts that reach level 15 could gather a full set of secret silver equipment. However, it would still be impossible for them to gather a complete set of level 15 secret silver equipment. This meant that the moment all the members of the Zero Wing party reached level 15, they would instantly soar to become an Apex party in God's domain. None of the elite parties of the major guilds would be their equal. We could surpass all the elite parties of first-rate guilds, and become the topmost level 15 elite party in God's domain. Lonely Snow grew excited as well. What do you guys think? Shifeng asked. Blackie and Lonely Snow entered deep thought. This was an extremely grave matter, as it was a problem related to the future development of the Zero Wing workshop. After the three of them gave the matter some thought, Blackie suddenly said, Brother Feng, my suggestion is to trade for the epic ranked item. Although it would be awesome for our party fully equip secret silver equipment the moment we reached level 15, it isn't exactly impossible for us to get more secret silver equipment in the future. Meanwhile, an epic ranked item is definitely something we won't encounter again. We also don't know when we'll get another chance like this. This is an extremely rare opportunity, so we need to grab it without hesitation. Although an epic ranked item can only raise a single person's strength, its benefits to the party not that great. However, with a single powerhouse in the party, we will have a much easier time obtaining secret silver ranked items. On the other hand, even if we had a party fully geared with secret silver equipment, we won't obtain even a single epic ranked item. When considering the future, level 15 secret silver equipment will sooner or later be worthless. However, it is a different matter for an epic ranked item. It can bring us longer lasting benefits. I also agree. To a large guild, the improvements brought about by an epic ranked item might not compare to over 100 pieces of secret silver ranked items. However, these large guilds are still willing to use hundreds of secret silver ranked items to trade for just a single epic ranked item. The reason being, although having 100 or more secret silver ranked items could temporarily increase our strength, what about the future? Leader, I think we should exchange for an epic ranked item instead. Blackie and Lonely Snow exchanged looks with each other. They had both given Shifeng their most earnest opinions. They both believed that, once Shifeng grew stronger, by the time they reached level 15, he could outfit them with a pile of good equipment. So, why should they carry out an action that was the equivalent of killing the chicken to get the egg? I get it. I'll take a look and see whether or not the epic ranked items available for trade will be of any help to us in the future. If they are useless, then I'll exchange for a dozen or so fine gold ranked items. Shifeng nodded his head. In reality, Shifeng had thought of this matter as well. However, he couldn't be too selfish either. Compared to a fragmented legendary ranked item, an epic ranked item was not as important. Hence, when trading for other items, he needed to consider everyone else's opinions. After all, this was a result that was only possible through everyone's joint efforts. Young adventurer, here is the list of items. Have a look, and simply tell me whichever items you wish to trade, Faust said with a stiff expression. He truly did not expect the young fellow before him to be so powerful, to actually obtain the heavenly dragon's breath that he had treasured for so many years. He had not been willing to sell it in the past, even when someone offered 30,000 gold coins. Yet today he was trading it away for only 1,000 golden fish. Shifeng looked at the list of items, discovering that there were 3 additional epic ranked items available for trade. There was a necklace called Heart of Light, a longbow called Starchaser, and a staff called Mavis's Guard. As for the dark gold ranked items and fine gold ranked items, there were a ton of them available. Almost every kind of item was available. However, the item that aroused the most attention was still the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was needless to be mentioned that the Heavenly Dragon's Breath had to be purchased. As for the remaining 3 epic ranked items, one of them was a longbow, a weapon for rangers, and it was useless to their current party. Hence, only the necklace and staff remained as options. However, when Shifeng looked at both the attributes of these items, he was instantly speechless. He could not decide which item would bring the greatest personal improvement to his party. Which one should I choose? Shifeng's gaze kept switching between the 2 epic ranked items before him, indecisive. Faust only revealed a smile at this sight. What he loved watching the most was the distressed appearance of young people. After hesitating for a long time, Shifeng suddenly recalled a name in his memories from long ago. This name had once resounded throughout God's domain. However, after going through the ravages of time, this name slowly became unknown and forgotten. Esteemed Lord Faust, I wish to exchange for the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, Mavis's Guard, and this level 15 secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory, Shifeng said. How do you know about this matter? Listening to the items that Shifeng wanted to exchange, Faust was instantly dumbfounded. He fixedly stared at Shifeng, asking in disbelief. Chapter 160, Shocking Attributes. Great. The gamble paid off. It really is a treasure left behind by that great existence. Shifeng inwardly felt immense excitement. However, he did not reveal it on his face, maintaining a calm outward expression. To Faust's shock and questioning, Shifeng did not give out an answer. He only revealed a mysterious smile at Faust. "Esteemed Lord Faust, I wonder if I can purchase these items?" Shifeng asked once more. "Huh. Maybe this too is fate," Faust sighed. He then said, "Since you've already made your choice, you have to use this strength properly. The total is 1,510 golden fish for all 3 items." "Esteemed Lord Faust, here are 1,510 golden fish." Shifeng handed over the golden fish, receiving 3 items in return. He had made a huge profit from this trade. Actually, Shifeng did not think that his luck would be so heaven-defying after his reincarnation. In Shifeng's previous life, 6 years after God's domain began, Shadow accidentally discovered a level 150 lost ruin. Moreover, to fully explore the lost ruin, they had sacrificed a disastrous amount of resources. However, they did not obtain anything significant from this exploration, only managing to find a golden book on a goddess statue. There was nothing special about this book. It was simply a book made of pure gold, so it did not rot easily. Recorded in the book was a segment about a long-forgotten history. Meanwhile, one of the phrases within the book contained the name, Mavis. During that ancient era, Mavis was likened to a god, and she was referred to as the god of light. Compared to the strange old man Faust, Mavis was much stronger. Aside from that, Shifeng had not a clue about who Mavis was. Even so, an item left behind by a legendary existence much stronger than Faust would not be an ordinary item. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow stood silently in confusion as they watched Shifeng. They did not understand why Shifeng was so joyful. However, listening to Faust's words, they faintly felt that they had gained a great advantage from the trade. "Young man, seeing that fate has allowed us to meet, let me give you a warning. The magic weapon in your hand is extremely terrifying. Sealed within the magic weapon is the curse of the Black Dragon King, which even I will not face. This curse is extremely formidable, and even if the lucky stone suppresses it, sooner or later, you will have to face it." Faust's caution was grim. He then continued, saying, "While you allow your magic weapon to absorb more power, you also strengthen the curse suppressed within the weapon. Remember that a magic weapon is a double-edged sword. If you wish to obtain extraordinary strength, your will must be extraordinary as well. Otherwise, strength will, sooner or later, devour you whole. Maybe this is also fate. Although the heavenly dragon's breath is only a fragmented item, it could still, more or less, aid you in resisting your magic weapon's backlash. If you can fully restore the heavenly dragon's breath, it will bring you unimaginable benefits. Strive harder, young man." Finished speaking, Faust's body vanished, while the entire Star River Valley gradually faded from existence as well. System: Rare Quest Delicious Golden Fish completed. Rewarding 300,000 EXP. Reputation in White River City +10. Shifeng instantly rose to level 12, a golden glow enveloping his body. Immediately after, a golden glow also coated Blackie and Lonely Snow, both of them reaching level 11. "This quest is too awesome. It instantly gave me 150,000 EXP. Blackie said, entranced. Lonely Snow also nodded, saying with a smile, "I also received 140,000 EXP. With this, our Zero Wing party dominates the top 3 positions of White River City. If others know of this, our Zero Wing workshop will become famous. We might be more than famous. Those other players from major guilds might even be dumbfounded. Those bastards from Martial Union would regret becoming enemies with us. The next time we meet them, I will teach them a good lesson." Confidence about the future filled Blackie's heart. Now that his level was so high, and his equipment was excellent, even if he encountered several experts from Martial Union, he could still kill them all. While Blackie fantasized, the Star River Valley had completely disappeared. Only the dark silent swamp and dying forest remained around them. "Brother Feng, that strange old man looked so shocked just now. Just what did you obtain from him?" Blackie curiously asked. "Nothing much. I got the fragmented legendary ranked item, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, an epic ranked staff, Mavis's Guard, and a secret silver ranked ring, the Ring of Glory. Shifeng shared the information of the items with the other two. Heavenly Dragon's Breath ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement: Strength 200, Agility 200, Intelligence 120. Strength plus 40%, Agility plus 40%, Intelligence plus 30%, Endurance plus 30%, Movement speed plus 20%, Attack speed plus 30%, Ignore levels plus 10. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill 1. Dragon's Authority. Suppress all enemies in the surroundings with the might of the Heavenly Dragon, inflicting the fear status onto enemies within a 30-yard distance, reducing their attack power by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and movement speed by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown 3 minutes. Additional skill 2, Dragon Breath. Inflicts 6x damage in a 305-yard line in front of you. There is a 20% chance to induce the fainted state for 2 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. Additional skill 3, Heavenly Dragon's Power. Allows the user to temporarily possess the power of the Heavenly Dragon, increasing HP by 300%, Strength by 100%, and Defense by 300%, and grants immunity to all controlling effects for 2 minutes. Cooldown 3 hours. The Dragon Slayer Mekaseru once owned the Heavenly Dragon's Breath. It was originally a legendary ranked item possessing the suppressed strength of the Dragon tribe. Due to damage resulting from a war between gods, its might has greatly decreased. However, the Heavenly Dragon's Breath possesses an incomparably strong magic power, and possesses the potential to restore itself. Its past glory may be restored with 3 magic stars and 1 dragon's heart. Current restoration 0/4. Mavis's Guard Staff Epic Rank. Level 1, Level 60. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 80. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Magic damage plus 20%. Maximum mana plus 20%. Mana consumption minus 10%. Ignore levels plus 10. All magic type skills plus 2 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill: Spear of Light. There is a 15% chance to trigger this skill when attacking, launching a spear of light at the target and causing 200% magic damage. Additional skill 1, Guardian of Light. Grants a target immunity to all magic damage, reduces physical damage by 80%, and recovers 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. Cooldown 20 minutes. Additional skill 2, Stars of Light. Deals 500% magic damage to targets within a 5-yard radius, or deals 300% magic damage to targets within a 20-yard radius. The damage scales up by 10% every second for 15 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Mavis's Guard was once a staff blessed by the god of light Mavis. It possesses incomparably powerful magic. However, due to the limited materials used to make the staff, it is unable to display its full might. Its maximum level can increase to level 100 if a Master Forger uses 5 Radiant Godsteel to reforge the staff. Ring of Glory Ring Secret Silver Rank. Level 15. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 40. Intelligence plus 24, Vitality plus 15, Endurance plus 10, Strength plus 8, Agility plus 8. Increases damage of all light-type magic by 15%. These are a fragmented legendary ranked item and an epic rank item. Aren't they too OP? Blackie and Lonely Snow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the attributes of the 3 items. Previously, they thought that the attributes of a secret silver weapon were already powerful. Only now, after seeing these attributes, did they understand that no matter how strong you were, there would always be someone stronger than you. In the face of fragmented legendary ranked items and epic ranked items, secret silver ranked items were simply trash. Chapter 161: Frightening Damage. Seeing these items' attributes, even Shifeng himself was greatly shocked. It was the first time he had witnessed the attributes of a fragmented legendary ranked item. In his previous life, the attributes of fragmented legendary ranked items were all kept secret by their respective owners, so others could only guess the actual attributes. He truly did not think that the Heavenly Dragon's breath would be so powerful. Instead of increasing a fixed amount of attributes, it had a percentage-based increase of the user's attributes. It was no wonder the powerhouses who possess legendary ranked items claimed that only a powerhouse could use the full potential of such items. Even if a weakling obtained one, the bonuses would not be significant. If Shifeng could equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath right now, with his current attributes, he could easily kill a level 20 elite player. Unfortunately, with the equipment requirements of 200 strength, 200 agility, and 120 intelligence, Shifeng could only helplessly stare at it. Right now, his strength was only at 111 points, with only 123 points in agility, and a measly 50 points in intelligence. He was still far from possessing the required attributes. With the magic weapon he possessed, he would obtain 2 more free attribute points than other players for each level up. Even so, if he wished to equip the Heavenly Dragon's breath, he needed to be level 20, at the very least, and own a full set of level 20 fine gold equipment. Blackie, see if you can equip Mavis's guard and the Ring of Glory. Shifeng handed the 2 pieces of equipment to Blackie. Shifeng had made considerations when he chose these 2 pieces of equipment. He could not always carry everyone in the party, as he still had many things he needed to tend to. However, if he wanted his party to level up quickly, the party needed a powerhouse to lead it. Meanwhile, the matter regarding an epic weapon was extremely important. The person he could trust the most was Blackie, so he could feel secure passing both the Mavis's guard and Ring of Glory to Blackie. With the improvement brought about by these 2 pieces of equipment, Blackie's damage output might even surpass his own. After all, his magic weapon was currently only the equivalent of a dark gold weapon. It was still a distance away from rivaling an epic weapon. Moreover, Blackie was a mage class, and Blackie's grinding speed was originally faster than his. In addition, the skills Mavis's guard granted were extremely powerful. Blackie would have a much easier time leveling up the party than he would. Alright then. At first, Blackie hesitated. He felt that he did not possess the qualifications to wield this epic weapon in the least. However, looking at Shifeng's serious attitude and trust, he nodded his head earnestly. Although the requirement of 80 intelligence was very high, Blackie was already level 11. His character's attributes massively increased. He also had a few pieces of secret silver equipment. After he added all his attribute points he received from leveling up into intelligence, he just barely reached the staff's requirement, managing to equip Mavis's guard. Right now, Mavis's guard was a level 11 epic ranked staff. The staff increased numerous attributes. There was also an additional critical attribute that gave a 20% chance of magical attacks achieving a critical hit. It was much more powerful than Blackie's original goal. Mavis's guard also reduced the level requirement for equipment by 5 levels. After Blackie equipped the Ring of Glory, and the previously obtained level 15 mage class mysterious iron equipment and bronze equipment, he was completely born anew. He now gave others a faint oppressive feeling. This isn't real, right? My intelligence has reached 186 points. Blackie exclaimed, looking at his attribute panel. Compared to before, the 186 intelligence was more than double what he had before, not to mention the increase in his magic damage. His overall attributes had exceeded even the currently most powerful mage class by at least 2-fold. He could possibly one-shot a properly geared level 10 MT. Too powerful. Lonely Snow gazed at Blackie's dazzling attributes with admiration. Even so, he would not feel jealousy over Blackie. After all, this was a natural matter as he had only recently joined Zero Wing Workshop. Lonely Snow nearly spat out blood when he witnessed this damage. However, he was utterly helpless about it. Not mentioning the level suppression, the swamp lizard's physical defense was extremely high. Moreover, Lonely Snow could only deal this amount of damage due to reaching level 11 and wielding a secret silver weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't even deal over 10 damage. Let me see just how amazing you are, Mavis's guard. Blackie had waited in frustration. He shot out a level 7 dark arrow strengthened by the Mavis's guard. When the skill blasted the swamp lizard's body, a damage of -712 points appeared above its head. Immediately after, Blackie's attack triggered the passive skill on Mavis's guard, the Spear of Light. A silver-colored spear of light struck the swamp lizard once more, landing a critical hit of -1,354 damage. The damage was far more powerful than Shifeng's attacks. Immediately after, Blackie used Evil Whip. 9 thick chains constricted the swamp lizard. When the swamp lizard broke free from one of the chains with much difficulty, a damage of -116 points appeared above its head. By the time it broke free from all the chains, Evil Whip had caused close to -1,000 damage. Due to Blackie's intelligence reaching over 100 points, he activated the intermediate hidden passive skill for intelligence, Quick Chant. The passive greatly reduced the time required for chanting spells, increasing Blackie's rate of attack. As a result, damages in the hundreds continuously appeared above the swamp lizard's head in quick succession, its HP decreasing like water flowing from an open tap. This is too powerful. This is an epic weapon. Lonely Snow was tongue-tied from watching this scene. Blackie was similarly dumbfounded. In addition to Shifeng controlling and damaging the swamp lizard, before even a minute had passed, the swamp lizard fell dead. It dropped 4 items in total: a level 15 mysterious iron equipment and 3 rare materials. Come on, let's look for a place with plenty of monsters to release the stars of light. Seeing that even normal spells were so powerful, Shifeng highly anticipated witnessing the staff's additional AoE spell. Chapter 162 Chieftain One Eye. Level 15 Monster Area, Silent Swamp. Leader, where are we headed? Brother Feng, wasn't there a herd of swamp hippos just now? Blackie and Lonely Snow followed after Shifeng all this time, moving deeper into the silent swamp. They could not figure out just what kind of monster Shifeng intended to test the Stars of Light on. The Stars of Light has a cooldown of half an hour. It would be a huge waste to use it on just a group of level 15 common monsters. Right now we're going to a place with monsters that are much stronger and more numerous, Shifeng explained. Even the level 17 rare elite swamp lizard died with ease. It was obvious just how high Blackie's damage had become, not to mention a skill like the Stars of Light. The skill could possibly one-shot the level 15 swamp hippos with only 2,000 HP each. That would not properly display the true might of the Stars of Light. Only by seeing the skill's full potential could Shifeng make an accurate judgment. He could then let Blackie lead the others to the most suitable high-level monster area to level up. That way, be it Martial Union or Underworld, neither could locate Blackie and the others, much less surround them. Under Shifeng's lead, after the trio reached the core area of the silent swamp, they discovered a large, naturally occurring marsh. All around, there were a total of 5 groups of level 20 swamp rhinos. Occasionally, they spotted a few level 20 elite twin-horned rhinos. There was also a small island situated in the middle of this large marsh, and a gigantic figure laid flat on this island. This gigantic figure was a 2-story tall rhino. From a distance, the trio could vaguely see the information of this large rhino. It was a monster named Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Brother Feng, isn't this a little too dangerous? Witnessing so many level 20 rhinos gathered together, Blackie felt his confidence waver. Swamp Rhino Common Monster. Level 20. HP 3, 200/3, 200. Twin-Horned Rhino, Elite Monster. Level 20. HP 17, 500/17, 5000. Rhino Chieftain One Eye, Special Elite. Level 20. HP 50 000/50, 000. Common monsters were still fine. However, it would be extremely dangerous to tangle with elite monsters, not to mention special elites. Even if Shifeng were very powerful, and his movements extremely agile, when surrounded by so many monsters, he would still meet his end. Only here can the Stars of Light display its true might. I'll think of a way to lure even more monsters, so choose when you cast the spell carefully. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, his mind planning his route. Leader, this is too dangerous. On the off chance that we die, it would be a huge loss, Lonely Snow opposed. The monsters here were not numbered in the 20s or 30s, but in the hundreds. Every one of them could trample a level 15 player with ease, not to mention the elite monsters, or the special elite monster. Moreover, with their currently low levels, the monsters would have an easier time discovering them. They could easily be surrounded, and at that time, only death awaited them. If I activate a speed scroll, my speed will be faster than theirs. However, when I lure all of them over, Blackie, I need you to use Guardian of Light on me. Then use Stars of Light. You don't need to panic. Just maintain a calm heart, and you will be fine. Seeing Blackie's nervous expression, Shifeng spoke with a smile. I get it. Blackie nodded, suppressing the panic in his heart. Soon after, Shifeng sent Blackie and Lonely Snow to a slightly elevated location. On his own, Shifeng activated a speed scroll before rushing towards the rhinos. The rhinos immersed in the marsh quickly discovered the intruder. After all, Shifeng's level was simply too low. He was only level 12, and there was a huge distance from level 20. In addition, Shifeng did not attempt to hide his movements in the least, making it even easier for the monsters to discover him. Within moments, over 20 rhinos stood and rushed toward Shifeng. Although the marsh did not reduce movement speed by half, it still reduced it by 30%. Fortunately, this movement speed reduction was also effective against the rhinos. Now that Shifeng had used a speed scroll, catching up to him was impossible. Shifeng followed along the route he had planned before and circled the central island. He intended to lure all the rhinos in the marsh, aside from the one atop the central island. The rhino chieftain One Eye on the central island was extremely difficult to deal with, and it would be a huge loss if he lost his life as a result of an accident. Hence, Shifeng had no intentions of luring it. Brother Feng. Leader's movement technique is truly powerful. If I were in his place, those rhinos would have already turned me into meat paste. Standing on high ground, Blackie and Lonely Snow watched Shifeng use various movements and methods to dodge the attacks from the group of rhinos. They could not help but wipe away the sweat permeating their foreheads. The number of rhinos Shifeng lured grew larger and larger. He had only run half the distance, yet he lured over 100 rhinos. Every time he dodged an attack, the rhinos would dangerously scrap past his body. However, after witnessing this scene repeat itself over and over, Blackie and Lonely Snow discovered that Shifeng successfully dodged every single time. He would always dodge the attack at the very last millisecond. He relied purely on technique to do so, and there was not a hint of luck or coincidence at all. Blackie and Lonely Snow both engraved this scene deeply into their minds, resolving themselves to learn from Shifeng in the future. With an expert like Shifeng demonstrating the moves, they would not have to spend time slowly exploring these techniques. After watching for only a moment, the two of them had benefited greatly. They could not help but wish they could try out these dodging techniques right this instant. Just when Shifeng thought that all was within his control, an elite twin-horned rhino suddenly appeared in front of Shifeng, charging at him. Although Shifeng used parry to block this attack, his entire person was still sent flying. By rotten luck, he landed on the edges of the central island, alarming the rhino chieftain One Eye. Discovering that a human had disturbed its rest, One Eye abruptly stood up. It glared at Shifeng with its blood-red eye, its front hoofs gouging the solid ground as it released an angry roar. Suddenly, it charged at Shifeng with its steel-like horn. Compared to the other rhinos, this rhino chieftain One Eye possessed an extremely fast speed, and not even the marsh could impede its immense charging power. This was the rhino chieftain One Eye's skill, Violent Charge. Even a level 20 MT would instantly die if One Eye's horn smashed into them. Come. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to dodge, Shifeng activated Defensive Blade. He then used Chop, the abyssal blade slashing at One Eye's horn. Due to the Defensive Blade's absolute defense effect, Shifeng did not retreat by even an inch. Instead, a damage of -367 points appeared above the rhino chieftain One Eye's head. Such a tough defense. Shifeng was slightly shocked. However, Shifeng did not intend to continue entangling with the rhino chieftain One Eye. The moment One Eye used War Trample, Shifeng used Silent Steps to appear behind a swamp rhino that was 30 yards away, successfully evading One Eye's attack. Ayo! One Eye became further enraged when it saw that its target had evaded. It immediately charged at Shifeng. However, it did not use violent charge this time, so its speed was only slightly faster than the other rhinos. Blackie used the skill. After arriving at the appointed location, Shifeng stopped and spoke into the party chat. Although his plan did not include luring the rhino chieftain One Eye, the plan still had to proceed. He simply had to be more careful now. Leave it to me. Blackie had long since waited with anticipation. Immediately, a golden brilliance descended upon Shifeng's form. This was the effect of the first additional skill of Mavis's guard, Guardian of Light. For 20 seconds, Shifeng became immune to all magic damage. He also enjoyed 80% physical damage reduction and 5% HP recovery every second. Following which, Shifeng activated the Tier 2 Life Shield, his maximum HP soaring. Over 200 rhinos surrounded Shifeng. If it were a level 20 MT standing in place of Shifeng, that MT would have long since been trampled to death. However, Shifeng could hold on. Through evading alone, Shifeng managed to dodge over 60% of the attacks sent at him. In addition to Guardian of Light recovering 5% of his HP every second, he was able to hold on to his life. Almost. Shine out, Stars of Light. When Blackie saw all those monsters grouped together, he used Mavis's guard's other skill, Stars of Light. After chanting the final verse of the incantation, Blackie lost half of his mana in an instant. Immediately after, Blackie pointed his staff towards the sky. The dark clouds hovering above the large marsh were instantly pierced and disappeared. The sky trembled, and suddenly, a gigantic golden magic circle appeared in the sky, shining down on the core of the silent swamp. Chapter 163, Mad Leveling. This is... Shifeng looked towards the sky, discovering that this magic circle was much more powerful than he imagined it to be. Even a Tier 2 spell wasn't as mighty as this. The magic circle actually shook the sky. This was definitely not something a Tier 2 spell was capable of. Although Shifeng did not know exactly how powerful the Stars of Light was, as long as its might surpassed that of a Tier 2 spell, it would be enough to deal with the rhinos chasing after him. Such a powerful magic power. Blackie looked at the sky, towards the light element that madly gathered in the magic circle, with eyes filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful magic he had seen since he started playing God's Domain. As the magic circle in the sky gathered an endless amount of magic, the rhinos on the ground panicked. They started sieging Shifeng desperately from all corners in an attempt to dispel the fear in their hearts. As a result, Shifeng had to deal with the simultaneous attacks from over a dozen swamp rhinos. The space available for him to evade was extremely limited. Fortunately, he had a physical damage reduction of 80%, and he could generate 5% of his HP every second. Faced with no chances of dodging the incoming attacks, Shifeng abruptly leaped into the sky and activated the Ice Blue Devil Flame. The clear blue flame instantly covered his body, while the power of thunder and fire gathered around the abyssal blade. Thunder Flame Explosion. The moment the abyssal blade struck down, thunder and fire engulfed and devoured all the monsters within a 5-yard radius. Damages of -626 points appeared above the heads of the monsters, and there were even some rhinos who received critical strikes, succumbing to over -1,000 damage. All the rhinos Shifeng's attack struck fell into a fainted state, unable to move for 4 seconds. The monsters surrounding Shifeng in a fainted state formed a natural barrier, granting Shifeng a short breather. Is it starting? Shifeng detected that the golden magic circle in the sky had finished gathering magic power. The magic circle then transformed into a shooting star, falling from the sky. Before the shooting star collided with the ground, Shifeng cast Thundering Flash at the Rhino Chieftain One Eye. Unfortunately, the 3 streaks of thunder did not deal much damage to One Eye. All 3 attacks only caused around a total of -900 damage. However, Shifeng's aim was not its damage, but the additional 20% damage amplification effect. It would allow the Stars of Light to inflict massive amounts of damage to One Eye. Finally, the golden shooting star reached the ground, landing in the center of the rhinos. An explosion occurred, and a blinding light devoured every inch of the large marsh. From a high position, Blackie and Lonely Snow saw damages of over -1,000 points appearing above all the rhinos in the marsh. There were also plenty that received critical strikes, receiving over -2,000 damage. Furthermore, the rhinos close to the epicenter received damages of over -3,000 points, and some even received frightening damages of over -6,000 points. A level 20 swamp rhino only had 3,200 HP, while the elite twin-horned rhinos had 17,500 HP. Even the rhino chieftain One Eye only had 50,000 HP, -3,000 damage was not a light injury. Ayo! One Eye was enraged. It immediately directed its furious gaze at Blackie. It was not just the rhino chieftain One Eye. All the other rhinos also redirected their rage to Blackie, as the damages Blackie caused were simply too high. There were many swamp rhinos that instantly died from this single attack. However, during the time these rhino monsters directed their angry gazes towards Blackie, a second golden-colored shooting star appeared in the sky. It too descended. This time, the impact of the shooting star caused 10% more damage than the previous one. This attack wiped out all of the level 20 swamp rhinos, and only the high HP elites and chieftain One Eye remained alive. However, this was not the end. With every passing second, for a total of 15 seconds, a shooting star would appear and descend from the sky. Moreover, each shooting star would deal 10% more damage than the previous one. The elite-ranked twin-horned rhinos could only hold on until the fifth shooting star before dying out completely. Meanwhile, Chieftain One Eye remained alive. Its angry gaze turned deadly as it glared at Blackie atop the high slope. Chieftain One Eye instantly went berserk, its defense and attack power greatly increasing as it charged forth. "I won't let you go!" Sherfone used Windblade, and arrived in front of the rhino chieftain One Eye. He then stabbed the abyssal blade at it. Abyssal bind. 9 abyssal chains instantly coiled around One Eye, preventing it from moving even an inch. Following which, streak after streak of stars of light crashed down into the marsh. From the initial -3,000 damage, the damage had now accumulated up to over -7,000 damage. Rhino Chieftain One Eye's 50,000 HP very quickly drained to zero. It then vanished within the blinding light, leaving behind a pile of items. After the stars of light ended, the entire marsh fell deathly silent. All the monsters within had turned into ashes, leaving behind piles upon piles of items. At the same time, golden lights surrounded the bodies of both Blackie and Lonely Snow. Within an instant, their levels jumped from level 11 to a little beyond level 13. Sherfone had also risen to 92% of level 13, only a thread away from level 14. Blackie looked at the staff in his hands, then looked at the marsh. He did not know how to express the emotions that filled his heart. Not only had the stars of light killed the level 20 elite monsters, it even killed a level 20 special elite. Its intense might far exceeded Blackie's imagination. Previously, they had enjoyed an extremely envious leveling speed. Now, however, it was no longer envious but shocking. They rose by 2 levels in just slightly over 10 seconds. Moreover, they had risen from level 11 to level 13, and not from level 1 to level 3. Even elite players would have to grind for 5 or 6 days to obtain such a frightening amount of EXP. However, they achieved it in the blink of an eye. This is simply too formidable. If this skill is used in a team battle, no matter how powerful the enemy team was, they would still have to surrender. Lonely Snow unconsciously shuddered as he spoke. Only now did they truly understand why all those large guilds were so desperate to obtain an epic ranked item. Even if they had to sacrifice countless members, they would still willingly choose to overwhelm those powerful monsters with the lives of their people. As long as they obtained an epic ranked item, be it leveling up or securing high-level equipment, everything would become a lot easier. The current scene before Blackie and Lonely Snow was the perfect example. Not to mention a special elite, the stars of light could inflict massive damage to even a chieftain-ranked field boss. This was definitely not a feat that a party, fully equipped with secret silver equipment, could achieve. The aid rendered by an epic ranked item to a workshop's development was simply immense. It far outstripped the usefulness of more than 100 secret silver ranked items. The massacre the Stars of Light caused yielded Shifeng's group with plenty of level 15 to level 20 bronze and mysterious iron equipment. There were also plenty of varying gemstones. At the very least, the total value of all these items was 10 gold coins or more. It's finally over. Shifeng let loose a relieved breath. If it were not for the Stars of Light, he definitely could not contend with a level 20 special elite that went berserk. However, he managed to verify the prowess of the Stars of Light personally. He could now send Blackie and the others to the level 22 map, the Crystal Forest, to level up. The drop rate for gemstones in the Crystal Forest was much higher than in the Moonlight Forest. Not only could they level up quickly, but they could also earn a lot of money and extremely precious gemstones and equipment. Moreover, it would be impossible for their enemies to locate Blackie and the others, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. After the trio tidied up all the loot, Shifeng intended to make a trip back to town to clear up his inventory. Leader, the situation you wanted me to investigate has already occurred. Several guilds have started taking action. Should we start taking action now? Kola, who was in Red Leaf Town, suddenly contacted Shifeng, his face filled with excitement. Great. Just in time. I've waited a long time for this moment. Our Zero Wing workshop should also start taking action now. Shifeng smiled brightly. Chapter 164. The First Crisis. Kola was at a loss when he heard Shifeng's words. Show the strength of Zero Wing workshop. Others had constantly targeted the 3 of them, so they had been hiding in Red Leaf Town all this time. They had no chances to leave town to grind and quest, and they were all only level 7 right now. They were only slightly stronger than the average player. They had no chances of competing with the members of other guilds at all. If this situation continued, their levels would sooner or later fall behind even the average players. Is leader telling us to go level up? Kola grew excited at the thought of this possibility. This is too great. We're being stifled to death by constantly staying in town. It would be fine even if we have to slaughter our way out. You 3 wait for me inside the hotel in the trade area. I'll be there soon. Shifeng did not further explain, only revealing a faint smile. Brother Feng, what happened to make you so happy? Blackie curiously asked, seeing Shifeng's joyous smile. Something good. You 2 stay here and continue leveling up. I'll bring Kola and the others later on. After you carry them to level 10, go to White River City to do some high-level quests, Shifeng said. Brother Feng, rest assured, now that I'm fully geared in level 15 bronze and mysterious iron equipment and possess Mavis's protection, carrying Kola and the others will be a breeze, Blackie assured his leader. He was level 13 right now and even had an epic ranked staff. If he could not carry Kola and the others to level 10 quickly, he might as well revert to playing with mud rather than play God's domain. When Kola and the others see our levels, they will be shocked. And when they see Blackie's epic ranked staff, the Mavis's protection, they will be stunned speechless. I am even eager to see their expressions, Lonely Snow joked. That's right. Kola and the others could not possibly imagine that, within just a short few hours, we went from hiding from Martial Union's pursuit to reaching to level 13. We've taken the top 3 rankings within the Star Moon Kingdom, and even possess an epic weapon now. Compared to before, it is like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were in their shoes, even I wouldn't believe it. Blackie grew even more joyful at the thought of the shocked expressions of Kola and the others. You guys, Shifeng helplessly smiled at the sight of his 2 teammates. Soon after, he took out a return scroll, teleporting to Red Leaf Town. At this moment, there were a lot of changes occurring in Red Leaf Town as well. The number of players purchasing equipment in the trade area grew larger and larger, and an endless stream of shouts for purchase filled the air of the trade area. There were many new players walking around and looking at the stalls set up throughout the street, looking for required items and equipment. Meanwhile, inside the hotel at the trade area, I've previously asked you guys to collect hardstones, so just how many have you actually collected? Why is the number of whetstones still 0? Unstable Devastation's expression turned grim as he asked. He abruptly stood up after taking a look at his subordinate's report. Boss Unstable, under your commands, we desperately tried to purchase all the hardstones available. However, we're not sure why, but hardstones are extremely scarce on the market right now. Moreover, they're very expensive. After much determination, we only managed to collect slightly more than 4 stacks. However, our guild has only recently started nurturing forgers, so their success rate of making whetstones is extremely low. So, that subordinate timidly said. Pung. Unstable Devastation slammed his fist onto the table, snarling. You bunch of useless wastes. I clearly notified you all of this matter long ago, and 3 or 4 hours have passed already. Yet, you guys couldn't even produce a single whetstone? How is the elite team supposed to level up this way? Why do I even need you guys here? Boss Unstable, maybe the other guilds have discovered the issue of their weapons deteriorating quickly? Maybe that's why we only managed to purchase a few stacks of hardstones. The Berserker, 5 Rats, said. That's a high possibility. After all, it isn't only our guild leveling up in high-level monster areas. However, hardstones aren't exactly rare, and they can be obtained from level 2 monster areas or above. Moreover, normally nobody touches those things, so there should be a huge stockpile available in Red Leaf Town right now. There should also be plenty of players selling them on the auction house. We also discovered this matter fairly quickly, so even if the other guilds have taken action, it is impossible for them to buy them all out immediately. Unstable Devastation nodded, then shook his head again. He could not make any sense of the situation. After they started hunting Yifeng's party, they discovered that the durability of their weapons fell extraordinarily fast. In the beginning, they paid no attention to it, only focusing on leveling up and their search for Yifeng's party. However, before they found Yifeng, their equipment and weapons were already close to scrap. Without a choice, they had to give up their search for Yifeng, returning to town to repair their equipment. Although the journey back wasted a lot of time, the elite team's equipment was extremely precious. If they did not repair it all in time, resulting in their equipment turning into scrap, the guild would suffer an irrecoverable loss. Moreover, without the equipment, they would also have no way to grind and level up. Thus, they needed to return and repair their equipment. After repairing their equipment, Unstable Devastation began hearing complaints from his subordinates. The repair fees were too expensive, they said. The cost of repairs had nearly depleted all the money they had. As for classes that wore plate armor, they were even forced to borrow money from others for the repair fees. This situation dumbfounded Unstable Devastation. These players were all elites amongst elites. Normally, they carried a lot of money on their persons, and they were considered wealthy. However, their wealth was not enough to cover the fees. Unstable Devastation quickly discovered the crux of the problem. The lower the remaining durability of a piece of equipment was, and the higher the level of the equipment was, the more expensive the resulting repair fee would be. Grinding high-level monster areas greatly depleted equipment's durability. Making a trip to and fro from town to these high-level areas also required them to waste at least 2 to 3 hours. Moreover, they could, at most, stay for 3 to 4 hours at these high-level monster areas before they needed to return to town to repair their equipment. This meant that they had to spend almost half their time in God's domain just traveling. As a result, the time needed for a single level up almost doubled. If they could negate the travel time, their leveling speed would surpass the other players. When Unstable Devastation thought of this crucial matter, he immediately instructed his subordinates to look for a solution to this problem. The resulting solution was the whetstones. Although this item could only repair a small amount of durability of a weapon, even that small amount was enough. Compared to equipment used for protection, a weapon's durability decreased at a much greater rate. If they used whetstones to repair their weapons, the total cost would be much less than repairing it at the smithy. Hence, Unstable Devastation quickly ordered his subordinates to purchase whetstones. However, they quickly discovered that forgers did not normally create this item as its cost was simply too high. Moreover, whetstones normally did not sell at all. Unstable Devastation could only take a step back once again, and instead, Choose to purchase hard stones, the materials required to make whetstones. Hard stones were also relatively cheap items. They were mainly used to create whetstones and certain engineering components. Each stack was only around 30 copper coins, and there were 20 in a stack, which meant that they could make 20 whetstones from a single stack of hard stones. However, Unstable Devastation had received even more shocking news. If they could not purchase whetstones directly, then so be it. However, how could hard stones be difficult to purchase as well? In reality, it wasn't just Martial Union who had discovered this problem. The other guilds had also discovered this issue. By the time they tried to purchase hard stones, they suddenly discovered that, be it the auction house or the stalls in town, there were only scarce amounts of hard stones remaining. It was far from enough for the forgers in their own guilds to create whetstones with. Elsewhere, Shifeng had just set foot on the main street of the trade area. He watched as the various large guilds tried to purchase hard stones at a high price. They purchased each stack for 80 copper coins. The price of hard stones had more than doubled. Immediately, Shifeng felt an intense joy in his heart. The moment he had long awaited had finally arrived. However, this was only the beginning. He still wanted to add oil to the fire, causing the price to soar sky-high. Chapter 165, A Foolish Choice. Shifeng completely ignored the high prices these guilds were willing to pay. He headed to the appointed hotel directly. He had stockpiled hardstones for so long, to the point where he had purchased 90% of the hardstones available in White River City. Thus, he would not reveal his hand just for this little bit of profit. Right now, the danger of equipment durability was only beginning. Along with the constant increase of players' levels, they would head towards monster areas of a higher level. Very quickly, players would discover the problem regarding their equipment durability and the importance of whetstones. If they did not possess whetstones, it would greatly affect their leveling speed, and as a result, others would increase the gap between them. This result had caused the demand for whetstones to soar. They were as popular as the commonly used regeneration potions and mana recovery potions. Meanwhile, hard stones were required to make whetstones. Along with the growing demand for whetstones, the prices of hard stones would still increase by several folds. In Shifeng's previous life, hard stones once sold for a maximum price of 3 silver coins per stack. Its price had increased by 10-fold from the original. Right now, due to God's domain's evolution and the investment of major corporations, the available resources were more precious than in Shifeng's previous life. Most likely, the prices of hard stones would increase to record highs. The current price of 80 copper per stack was only the beginning. Red Leaf Town Trade Area, Black Rose Bar. At this moment, Fire Dance had gathered her entire team to discuss matters regarding the team's future development. Fire Dance's team often frequented this Black Rose Bar, as it occupied a more secluded region. Very few players came to this place. Thus, this place became the gathering spot for Fire Dance's team. Every time they completed a dungeon raid or obtained some precious item, they would come to this bar to celebrate. Fire Dance, we understand what your intentions are. However, I will still tell you the same thing. We are only playing God's domain to pass the time, and we don't have any great ambitions. We prefer to be free, and we aren't planning to earn any achievements through God's domain. If you want me to join that person called Yifeng's team, I can only tell you that I'm sorry. That's right, Fire Dance. If it were a normal situation, maybe joining would be fine. However, Yifeng has a beef with Martial Union, and right now Martial Union targets us too. Martial Union has already put out the word that, if we do not sever our relations with Yifeng and apologize to them, we won't ever need to think about leaving town to level up in quest. If we leave town, they'll just kill us and send us back. If we join Yifeng's team, won't we end up in an even worse situation? That's right. Martial Union is just too powerful right now. There is no way Yifeng can establish himself in Red Leaf Town. If you want us to join Yifeng's team, I can only look for another way out of this. I too share this opinion. We have lost a lot of our levels, and our average right now is only level 5. We can only apologize to Martial Union if we want to have the possibility to continue mingling in Red Leaf Town. If we join Yifeng's team, we'll truly be finished. According to my investigations, the Martial Union branch in Red Leaf Town is completely under the control of that person called Unstable Devastation. He has gathered all the players from Martial Union in 5 different towns to Red Leaf Town, and he is prepared to go all out developing in Red Leaf Town. There are many experts from Martial Union in Red Leaf Town right now. Their guild's treatment is generous, and its development rate is impressively fast. I heard that their member count has already exceeded 1,000, and amongst them, there are over 200 elite members. They are much stronger than before. Martial Union has the ability to constantly target us and prevent us from leaving town to grind and level up. We can afford to provoke them any longer. Even if we reach level 10 and go to White River City, Martial Union's member count would have exceeded 10,000 by then. It would only be a simple matter for them to deal with us. It was a mistake to provoke them right from the very beginning. Our only way out of this mess is to offer them an apology. Right, I agree as well. Our original goal in playing God's Domain was simply to mess around. We are completely different from that Yifeng who has embroiled himself in a fight with Martial Union. If you Fire Dance wish to join him, please don't drag us in as well. We don't wish to be under surveillance 24 hours a day. Fire Dance did not expect everyone to voice their opinions. They all expressed their refusal to join Shifeng's team, and they even wanted her to apologize to Martial Union. I understand. I'll only ask this one last time then. If there are any of you willing to join Yifeng's team with me, please stand by my side. Fire Dance understood their troubles. Previously, they were all veteran gamers of virtual reality games. However, the virtual reality games they played before only had a player base in the hundreds of thousands. Even until the later stages of the game, a top-tier guild would only have several thousand members. On the other hand, God's Domain had made clear to them the true meaning of a large guild, and the true power of a game with over 2 billion players across the globe. God's Domain was completely different from any other virtual reality games. It had utterly shattered their concept of virtual reality games, as it was practically a second reality. Previously, they didn't think there was anything special about the various large guilds. Only now did they truly understand how frightening a guild could be in a virtual reality game. Just the members of Martial Union inside a single town reached the thousands, and it was still increasing. If they reached White River City, their member count would break into the tens of thousands. A team of independent players like themselves could not afford to provoke such a large guild. Moreover, such a large guild like Martial Union was only an unrated guild. As for third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate guilds, they were tyrannical existences. Although Martial Union was a very frightening existence in Red Leaf Town, Yifeng's shocking performance had been deeply engraved onto Fire Dance's soul. She truly thought that she had wasted her time playing those other games before. Right now, only the thought of following Yifeng filled her heart. She wanted to get to know and experience the world of Apex experts. Fire Dance, wake up, alright? We will not follow you. Right now, our only way out of this mess is to apologize. Haven't you always dreamt of becoming an expert in God's Domain? If you continue fighting it out with Martial Union, you will head away from that goal. Stop being silly and acting foolish. After Fire Dance finished speaking, aside from Water Buffalo, there was not a single person who walked towards Fire Dance's position. They all had their heads lowered, feeling that Fire Dance was simply too foolish. She had truly been bewitched by that Yifeng for her to dig her own grave by joining him. Alright, since you guys have decided, Water Buffalo and I will join Big Brother Yifeng by ourselves. Fire Dance's mood sank after hearing everyone's decision. They had joined each other after much difficulty, dreaming of reaching some achievements in God's Domain. Yet the result was such in the end. Soon after, Fire Dance opened her friends list, selected Yifeng, and contacted him. Previously, she had told Yifeng that she would contact him after speaking with her team. Now that everyone had finished their discussion, she had to notify him. Big Brother Yifeng, I'm done on my side, Fire Dance said, disappointed. Although she had long since guessed such a result, she originally thought that 3 to 5 others would follow her. Now, however, there were only 2 of them. She was too embarrassed to even speak of this matter. That's great. How many people do you have? If we have enough, we can raid a team dungeon. At this moment, Shifeng had just finished meeting with Kola and the others. He was prepared to focus fully on establishing a core team for Zero Wing. Before that, he sent Kola and the other 2 to visit the auction house to purchase some bags with larger capacities, a large amount of mana recovery potions, and some refreshments. He also asked Violet Cloud to join Blackie to grind and level up. However, he did not think that Fire Dance would contact him just in time. Her timing was impeccable. Chapter 166, Initial Formation of the Team. There are only 2 Water Buffalo and myself. Everyone has their own opinions, so I can't demand this of them. Fire Dance nearly choked on her words after hearing Yifeng's excited tone. 2 people? That's not too bad. Shifeng lightly laughed. Do you guys have anything you need to do right now? If not, you can join me. In reality, Shifeng did not particularly mind the matter with Fire Dance's teammates. Previously, Fire Dance mentioned that her teammates were not ambitious, and that they were only casual players in God's domain. Hence, it was best for Shifeng if all of these people did not join him. It would save him a lot of trouble. He also did not need to waste time on training them. I don't have anything else to do here. Water Buffalo and I will meet you. Previously, Fire Dance had worried that she would disappoint Yifeng with the news. However, after listening to his relaxed tone, she could not help but sigh in relief. After disconnecting the call, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo bade farewell to everyone else. They did not know when they would meet again. I truly can't understand her. Why is she so obsessed with that guy? An assassin in leather armor said after Fire Dance departed. He could not help but sigh. I'm also very curious about that Yifeng. Just what is so good about him? If she becomes Martial Union's enemy like this, by the time we enter White River City, she might very well still be in hiding in this town, not daring to leave. Would there even be a meaning to such a gaming life? The team members that chose to stay behind voiced their confusion, one after another. Meanwhile, at the Fountain Plaza of Red Leaf Town, although it was still daytime in God's domain, the benches that decorated the plaza were currently overcrowded with players. All around, one could see couples flirting with each other. The scene was the complete opposite of a battlefield. Big Brother Feng, sorry for making you wait. Upon her arrival to the Fountain Plaza, she discovered Yifeng enjoying the breeze as he waited for someone. No worries. All our members are finally here now. In the future, we will all be members of the same team. Let me introduce you all then. Shifeng smiled as he started introducing each of the team members. There were a total of 6 members present, excluding himself. The Guardian Knight, Kola, the Oracle, Drowsy Sloth, the Summoner, Gluttonous Mouse, the Cleric, Violet Cloud, the Assassin, Fire Dance, and the Berserker, Water Buffalo. With all 6 of them, they could be a standard dungeon party. Fire Dance, being level 9, was the highest leveled player amongst them. Following her was Violet Cloud and Water Buffalo, who were both at level 8. The remaining were all level 7. Looking at how Violet Cloud had raised herself to level 8 just through cooking, the effort and suffering she had gone through were obvious. If it were not for Shifeng's stern command, Violet Cloud would not intend to go out to grind at all. She rather preferred continuously cooking and earning money. When Kola and the others saw Fire Dance's level, admiration filled their hearts. Moreover, she was also a great beauty. They only reached level 8 with Shifeng's guidance. Even if Martial Union had not killed them, sending them back to level 7, they would only be level 8. They were still far from level 9. Moreover, Fire Dance's equipment was extremely high quality. She also possessed a few pieces of secret silver equipment, while the others were mysterious iron. One could see that Fire Dance was definitely an expert, far more amazing than themselves. As for the one who managed to recruit such an expert beauty into the team, Kola and the other 2 could not help but give Shifeng a thumbs up. This was as expected of their leader. As for Shifeng's level, nobody in the team could discern it, as Shifeng had hidden his information with the demon mask. He was like an unsheathed sword. And her sixth senses told her that Yifeng had become much stronger. Since everyone is familiar with each other now, I'll tell you guys what you need to do next, Shifeng said formally. However, just as Shifeng was about to reveal their goal, a group of players suddenly appeared and surrounded the fountain plaza. Martial Union is dealing with an issue. All those uninvolved, leave immediately. Martial Union's members chased away the other players, taking complete control of the fountain plaza. Yifeng, you've made me look for you for a long time now, a scholarly youth said as he stepped out from the crowd. This was unstable devastation. There were over 400 members of Martial Union crowding the fountain plaza. When Kola and the others saw all these players, they immediately panicked, their expressions turning solemn. What? You want to take action here? Shifeng swept a glance over the players from Martial Union. The majority of them were level 5 or level 6. Only a minority were level 8 or level 9 elites. How could I possibly be such a brute? I'm only here today to give you all a final warning, Unstable Devastation said with a smile. Last time, he had taken a huge loss because of Yifeng. If he could, he really wished to kill Yifeng now. However, they were right in the middle of town. If he killed Yifeng here, he might implicate Martial Union as well. However, if he mobilized a dozen or so players against Yifeng, they would only be helpless against him, disgracing Martial Union's reputation. This was not a result he wished to see. Warning? We've already reached the point of no return. Your warning holds zero meaning to me. It is only a bunch of nonsense, Shifeng laughed. You are still so fearless, even when faced with so many of our members. I truly admire you for that. Unfortunately, your strength is limited. You are not an opponent for Martial Union at all. My warning isn't actually directed at you. Unstable Devastation clapped his hands, shifting his sights towards Kola and the others. He then coldly said, This time, my warning is for the teammates standing behind you. You all better come to your senses. If you sever your relationship with Yifeng immediately, I assure you that I will not pursue past matters and let you all go. Of course, if you resolve to stand with the powerless Yifeng, prepare to suffer the rage of Martial Union. I admit that killing Yifeng himself is extremely difficult. However, it is only a simple matter for Martial Union to exterminate you all. Although Unstable Devastation smiled as he spoke, Kola and the others could only feel a deep chill from his words. They could not help but admit that Unstable Devastation's words sounded logical. They were not top-tier experts, and they did not possess that many life-saving skills that could help them escape. Although Martial Union could not kill Yifeng, that did not mean they could not get rid of them. As proven, they had died once before already. There would definitely be a second time in the future. If such a situation continued, they would not have a future in God's domain to speak of. Looking at the panicked and hesitant expressions on Kola and the others, Shifeng spoke not a single word. He remained silent as he stood there. This move of Unstable Devastation's was extremely vicious. He wanted Shifeng to taste the betrayal of his closest friends. Not only would it reduce his overall power, but it could also become a hit to his heart. Unfortunately, Shifeng was no longer the arrogant brat that he used to be. On the contrary, he wanted to use this plan of Unstable Devastations to refine the members of his elite team. In the future, the team he led would have to face off against many powerful foes. If they could not handle the challenge before them right now, how could they succeed in the future? Shifeng did not desire teammates who only enjoyed the good times, but could not suffer through the bad with him. This could be Shifeng's test for them. He wanted to see just what sort of choice they would make in such a situation. After quite some time had passed, Kola and the others exchanged glances with each other, smiles on their faces. They had all made their decisions, and they all stood by Shifeng's side without hesitation, having zero intentions of leaving. Chapter 167. The Disparity Between Realms. Immediately, more than 400 players in the Fountain Plaza surrounded Shifeng and the others. They all unsheathed their swords and armed their crossbows as they eyed their prey. However, to Shifeng's surprise, none of them showed any intentions of rushing forward. Instead, they parted to the sides and opened a path, letting through 20-odd players. When these 20-plus players arrived by Unstable Devastation's side, their complexions were as gloomy as water, and their expressions numbed. These players' levels were not high, only around level 5 or level 6. Their equipment was also nothing special. Compared to the elites of Martial Union, the difference was just too great. They did not seem like players from Martial Union at all. I'll be looking forward to your performances. Unstable Devastation spoke to these newcomers harshly. He then turned his sights towards Fire Dance, revealing a fierce sneer as he looked forward to the start of a good show. These newcomers nodded their heads indifferently. They took out their weapons and walked towards Shifeng. In the distance, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were immediately stunned when they saw these players. You guys, why are you all with Martial Union? Fire Dance loudly questioned these players. The 20-plus players that walked over were not strangers to Fire Dance. On the contrary, they were the ex-companions with whom Fire Dance shared both bitter and sweet times. At this moment, Unstable Devastation looked at Yifeng, laughter escaping his mouth as he said, "Ha ha ha. Yifeng, I am an extremely generous person. Previously, these players aided you in killing many of Martial Union's members. I've promised them that, as long as they kill you and your companions, I will forgive all of their past transgressions, and Martial Union would no longer seek trouble with them. Yifeng, don't you think that you should do something for them to compensate their losses?" Unstable Devastation jeered. Yifeng had embarrassed him greatly last time, so he would not let him off the hook so easily. He eagerly wished to see whether Yifeng would dare take action or not. As long as Yifeng took action, the headline on tomorrow's official forums would be, "Publicly acknowledged swordsman expert is an extremely treacherous person. He willingly killed his allies to save himself." At that time, only tatters would remain of Yifeng's reputation. Unstable Devastation wanted to see just how Yifeng intended to mingle in God's domain in the future. Unable to endure it any longer, Fire Dance abruptly burst out in rage. Her eyes sent a chill as she glared at Unstable Devastation, yelling loudly, "Unstable Devastation, you despicable little man. These people have all killed your Martial Union members under my commands. If you have the guts, then come at me." Originally, Fire Dance felt extremely joy for being able to join Yifeng's team. She did not think that she would cause Yifeng such a mess. If Yifeng killed all of these people right now, others would gossip, and nasty rumors about him would spread. Yifeng would be slandered as a merciless person, a person willing to kill even those who had helped him in the past. Although this matter was not of her doing, these people were still her past companions. She was responsible for leading them to kill the members of Martial Union. Now that these people had betrayed her and sided with Martial Union, bringing trouble to Yifeng, she felt extremely apologetic towards Yifeng. "Fire Dance, we have no choice in this matter. We have to do this if we wish to obtain Martial Union's forgiveness and continue playing in Red Leaf Town. Fire Dance, this is our only way out. We hope that you can understand." "That's right. They forced us, left us no way out. Let us kill you just this once." Fire Dance's companions closed the distance as they spoke. Some of the mage classes even started chanting their spells, prepared to launch their attacks. "You guys," Fire Dance's complexion turned extremely ugly. She immediately turned towards Yifeng, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, big brother Yifeng. I will definitely give you an account of this matter." Unstable Devastation, you best listen up. I, Fire Dance, will immediately leave the team right now. I will no longer have any relations with big brother Yifeng, so let me shoulder this debt between us. Fire Dance immediately left the party. After her public declaration, she unsheathed her daggers as she walked forth, towards her companions. She intended to deal with these companions of hers personally. That way, Yifeng would not experience in any sort of slander. After seeing this, Unstable Devastation's complexion turned pale with anger. He did not think that this woman called Fire Dance would be so determined. "Fire Dance, aren't you just making things harder for us? Regardless of the circumstances, we were once companions in the past. How could you treat us like this? That's right. We've gone through life and death so many times together. Are you really going to treat us like this? Fire Dance's previous team voiced their accusations, one after another. These accusations deeply pierced Fire Dance's heart. The laughs and suffering they went through together. All the bonds had simply turned to smoke. The only thing she could do was hold back her tears and kill the emotions in her heart. Fire Dance, are you going to be so heartless as to kill us? A middle-aged assassin wearing gray-colored leather armor asked resentfully. His words had immediately caused Fire Dance to pause. However, immediately after, this middle-aged assassin stabbed his dagger towards Fire Dance's heart. Dang! Before the gleaming dagger could reach its target, a pitch-black sword blocked the attack. Fire Dance, you're not taking me, the team leader, seriously, are you? Since you've already joined my team, you are still a member of our team until this leader decided to kick you out. I will not acknowledge your selfish retirement from the team. Now that you are a member of our team, this team leader has the responsibility of shouldering everything for you. So in regards to your painful memories, I will help you purge them all. Ever since Shifeng re-entered God's domain, he no longer cared about what others thought of him, because only weaklings would mind how others looked at them. Alright. I forgot to mention one more thing to you guys. Anyone who joins my team has to keep in mind one important thing. If you constantly mind how others look at you, you will never truly improve your own strength and techniques. You don't have to care how others look at you. It is enough as long as you advance on the path that you wish to take. Only with that can you become a true expert. Shifeng suddenly appeared in front of Fire Dance. To Fire Dance, he towered like a mountain before her, blocking any and all dangers from reaching her. Big brother Yifeng. Tears inadvertently leaked out from Fire Dance's eyes. Yifeng's actions and words truly touched her heart. After listening to his words, it was as if the door to the realm of experts slowly opened for her. Maybe her hesitation held her back from becoming a true expert. So what if he killed them? Who cared about others' opinions? The strong would never pay attention to such small matters. The only things they needed to consider were the courage to forge ahead and constantly raising their own strength. By the side, after Water Buffalo listened to Yifeng's words, his heart was inexplicably moved. He would never have thought Yifeng would be such a dependable person. A person others could admire. Meanwhile, Cola and the other two merely exchanged glances with each other, smiles plastered on their faces. That's right. This was the leader that they respected and admired. Immediately, Cola and the others stepped forward, one after another, blocking Fire Dance. Well said. So, what are you guys still waiting for? Unstable Devastation felt extreme joy. He had recorded all of Yifeng's words. When the time came, he could deny his actions. Yifeng, you despicable little man. We've already helped you so much, yet, in the end, you still wish to kill us? You are simply inhuman. Fire Dance's ex-companions cursed and raged. They all rushed at Yifeng, one after another, intending to slash and bash him to death. Shifeng smiled disdainfully at their actions. Looking at the 20-plus melee and mage class players launching their attacks at him, Shifeng only lightly waved the abyssal blade. Thundering flash. 3 electric arcs instantly weaved across the bodies of the 20-plus players. Chapter 168, God-Ranked Expert. Yifeng had previously killed over 20 players in a single move. The frightening damage that he dealt that was over -1,000 points completely shocked all of the surrounding onlookers, and now, Yifeng had appeared right behind Unstable Devastation. Unstable Devastation was both shocked and angered. Indeed, he did not know how Iron's Word Lion had died. However, the current Yifeng was far more powerful than he imagined. Yifeng's strength exceeded his previous estimates. If he received an attack from Yifeng right now, he would unquestioningly die. Unstable Devastation almost instinctively used one of his life-saving skills. He dashed forth, unhindered, then leaped high into the air. He was currently immune to all restricting effects, and by the time he landed he was already 20 yards from his original location. Shifeng merely smiled at Unstable Devastation's reaction. With his current reaction speed and powerful attributes, it would be an extremely easy task to destroy Unstable Devastation. Or, speaking from another perspective, Unstable Devastation had zero chances of retaliation. However, since Unstable Devastation dared to make enemies with him, the Martial Union player needed to prepare to enter Hell. It would be too good of an ending if he allowed Unstable Devastation to die, just like that. He wanted Unstable Devastation to feel despair in front of absolute strength, and then die. Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights block him. Elementalists use Ice Spheres. Focus all attacks and eliminate him. Before Unstable Devastation even landed on the ground, he calmly gave out commands. Reacting quickly, the Shield Warriors and Berserkers immediately used Charge at Shifeng. Seeing that more than 10 warriors charged at Shifeng and were about to stun him, Shifeng abruptly leaped up, the Abyssal Blade carrying with it the power of thunder and lightning as he landed. Boom! A wave of thunder and fire devoured all of the warriors. Even the highest-leveled Shield Warrior could not react in time and activate Shield Wall before Shifeng's Thunder Flame explosion devoured him. The Shield Warrior received a critical hit of over -1,700 damage, dying instantly. However, even a normal hit of more than -800 damage was enough to critically slash a level 9 Shield Warrior's HP. Not to mention the Berserkers with less HP and defense. They all died in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The remaining survivors were all level 8 Shield Warriors. They were the fortunate ones, spared from a critical hit. However, even though they were alive, they suffered a fainted state for 4 seconds. When the players from Martial Union witnessed this scene, they all stared in shock. Previously, it was no big deal when Shifeng had instant-killed those crippled level 5 to level 6 players. However, the players he had just killed were no random Tom, Dick, or Harry. They were all level 8 or level 9 elites of Martial Union. Healers, quickly heal them. Ranged players, attack with everything you've got. Only now was Unstable Devastation aware of how formidable Shifeng was. His monster-like attack power could even instantly kill a Shield Warrior that boasted the highest defense amongst all classes. No one present could defend against his attacks. Fortunately, they had the advantage of numbers. They could exhaust Shifeng to death. Immediately after several heals landed on a Shield Warrior, pulling his HP back up to half, another of Shifeng's slashes landed on the Shield Warrior's HP. A huge damage of over -700 points appeared above the Shield Warrior's head, his HP plummeting to 0, his body fell to the ground. Following which, with every slash of his sword, Shifeng culled the lives of the surviving Shield Warriors. Even if the Shield Warriors possessed the defense of heavy armor and passive skills that reduced the damage they received, every one of Shifeng's casual attack caused around -300 damage. The healers could not maintain the Shield Warriors' HPs at all. As for the Berserkers without heavy armor, a single sword strike dealt them over -400 damage. Very quickly, the remaining Shield Warriors lay flat on the ground. At this moment, the Guardian Knights all activated Protection Blessing as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, the mages behind them shot out streak after streak of magic. Fireballs and ice spheres flew at Shifeng, one after another. Shifeng activated wind steps, avoiding more than half of the ranged attacks. Immediately after, he rushed after Unstable Devastation. Although Shifeng dodged more than half of the spells, there were still a few occasional spells that hit him. However, the damage these spells dealt nearly dazzled the backline mages. Even when blasting a level 9 MT, skills such as the Flame Explosion and Great Fireball could deal over 100 damage. However, none of them had actually dealt more than 20 damage to Shifeng. The highest damage was only -15 points, while a majority of the spells only dealt single digits. To Shifeng, who possessed over 1,500 HP, these spells simply tickled. Shifeng's automatic recovery alone regenerated 30 HP for him every 5 seconds. This indicated that, even if Shifeng received the ice and flame magic attacks from a normal level 7 or level 8 elementalist, Shifeng would not die, even if he did nothing. Shifeng's was currently level 13, and these mages had no idea. Shifeng also had 20 points in both fire-type and ice-type resistance. Even without the level suppression of 4 or more levels, their damage to Shifeng would not exceed 40 points. There were many mages on Martial Union's side. However, their damages were too pitiful to watch. Standing behind Shifeng, Drowsy Sloth and Violet Cloud merely used one heal each, and within an instant, Shifeng's HP was already back to full. Faced with another wave of melee classes charging at him, Shifeng activated Dark Violet Dance, using the 12-yard cone attack. Taking a step forward, Shifeng instantly circled the Guardian Knights, and like a ferocious lion, he pounced on the other melee classes. Before one of the swordsmen could even use parry, Shifeng's sword sent him flying. The swordsman died in mid-flight, dropping a piece of equipment as his body disappeared. To Shifeng, these swordsmen and assassins' attempts to block him were meaningless. With a single Earth Splitter, more than 10 players lost their lives. Shifeng's attacks were all one-hit kills. With over 100 points in strength, he could snap a common weapon in half with his bare hands. As for the current Shifeng, who held the Abyssal Blade and Silver Lake in each hand, a simple slash from either weapon could easily send the assassins and swordsmen flying and greatly damage their weapons. For some who reacted slower and failed to block Shifeng's attacks, they died under a single slash. Not only did their defensive equipment's durability greatly decrease, but they also dropped a level and lost a piece of equipment. However, this was all. There was still the cleaving effect. Before the players behind could make sense of things, they lost close to half of their total HP. And in the next moment, even that remaining half vanished. As a result, a group of players lay dead on the ground after meeting their inexplicable demise. Within a short 5 seconds, Martial Union lost over a dozen elite members and several dozen average members. Shifeng was like the god of death that caused people's hearts to shudder. Meanwhile, Unstable Devastation stood only several meters away from that frightening god of death. Shifeng's chilling gaze landed on Unstable Devastation. The intent he radiated sent a chill down the surrounding Martial Union players' backs. Just looking into Shifeng's cold eyes caused them to retreat backward inadvertently. Everyone block him for me. Even when bombarded with so many spells and sieged on all sides by so many players, Shifeng still walked forth, step after step, leaving behind a massacre as he advanced. It was the first time Unstable Devastation felt such a deep-seated fear. To Unstable Devastation, Shifeng was no longer a player, but a devil. There was also the tangible killing intent that surrounded Shifeng. Although Unstable Devastation knew that this was only a game, the realistic effects of virtual reality caused Unstable Devastation to forget that this was just a virtual world completely. He had even forgotten how many elites of Martial Union had died, and how grave losses were to Martial Union. The only thing Unstable Devastation knew was that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. If he did not escape immediately, only death awaited him. Immediately, Unstable Devastation activated a speed scroll. He then turned and ran. Shifeng simply smiled at Unstable Devastation attempt to escape. With a single wind blade, his sword pierced towards Unstable Devastation's back. Unstable Devastation spun around, firing an arrow from his bow in an attempt to hold Shifeng back. However, he immediately discovered that Shifeng was truly too frightening. Shifeng's pitch-black abyssal blade easily split the arrow, and in the blink of an eye, Shifeng arrived in front of him. A silver glow pierced his heart, and immediately after, another black glow slashed across his neck. Unable to stop his HP from madly decreasing, his HP reached 0 in an instant. Even until death, Unstable Devastation wore a stupefied expression. The others from Martial Union were similarly shocked as they witnessed this sight. Unstable Devastation was one of the big bosses of Martial Union. He was also a level 9 ranger. Yet, when facing Yifeng, he had no power to retaliate at all. Just how strong was this Yifeng? Shifeng noticed a secret silver-ranked longbow dropping after Unstable Devastation's death. He casually picked up the longbow and placed it in his bag. He then turned to look at the other members of Martial Union. Although Shifeng did not take any action, only sending them a glance, his might had already deeply engraved into their minds. The members of Martial Union all halted their actions, inadvertently backing off. They all revealed fearful expressions as they looked at Shifeng. Why hadn't the town guards arrived yet? This thought suddenly appeared in their minds. They felt that only the guards could protect them from Shifeng's attacks. However, from the moment Shifeng began his assault to the moment unstable devastation died, only a brief 8 or 9 seconds had passed. Even if the town guards hurried over, they would need at least 10 minutes before they arrived. Faced with the members of Martial Union who dared not move, Shifeng only swept a glance at them. He did not rush up and kill them. The cooldown for most of his skills had almost finished. Although he could kill a sizable chunk of Martial Union if he continued his spree, he would run the risk of paying with his and his teammates' lives, and this was not an ending that he wished to see. Meanwhile, Shifeng's actions had caused plenty of the surrounding onlookers to become tongue-tied. A single glance from Shifeng was enough to petrify the hundreds of players from Martial Union. This power was just too frightening. Just who is this guy? Is he a god-ranked expert? The onlooking players were both curious and shocked as they watched Shifeng. He had single-handedly faced off against several hundred players, and even managed to kill tens of players without receiving any damage. Even a god-ranked expert was not capable of such a feat. After some time, the town guards finally arrived. The guards are here. We're saved. Seeing dozens of guards in silver heavy armor rushing over, the members of Martial Union sighed in relief. Chapter 169. The Most Awesome Red Name. At this moment, thousands of players surrounded the Fountain Plaza of Red Leaf Town. Due to the increase of new players in God's domain, Red Leaf Town had become the most prosperous town among the few surrounding towns. The player count in Red Leaf Town was already close to 20,000. Hence, the scene of Martial Union suddenly chasing away all the players from the town's Fountain Plaza would naturally attract the attention of other players. Curiosity would grow over the disturbance. This wasn't limited to independent players. Even the other large guilds had sent players over to investigate what Martial Union was up to. When all these players arrived, they discovered that Martial Union currently attempted to carry out a vendetta against an independent player. Moreover, they did so right in the middle of Red Leaf Town. However, Red Leaf Town possessed a protective mechanism for players. If they started a battle here, the town guards would definitely appear. Not only would they kill red players on the spot, but they would also jail them upon revival. No matter how one looked at it, killing someone in town was unwise. Both sides would only suffer losses. At this stage of the game, no matter how many players one had on their side, they still would not dare provoke the town guards. Every player clearly understood how powerful these guards were. As these guards would normally patrol around the town, players could easily find one and observe their statistics. The normal guards alone were level 60, while the guard captain was a level 80 elite. It would not matter how many players went up against them. Any who resisted would only meet their demise. To put it another way, the current players in God's domain had no abilities whatsoever to retaliate against the town guards. However, nobody would have imagined that someone would actually take action. Moreover, the one who took action was that independent player. Originally, everyone thought that the independent player was fated to die. In spite of that, the results exceeded everyone's expectations. One man alone had massacred the players from Martial Union, instilling a paralyzing fear. This feat was too heaven-defying. Unfortunately, even if that independent player were powerful, he would still die at the hands of the town guards, who told them to start a fight right in the middle of town. The town guards that hurried over had surrounded the Fountain Plaza, detaining all of the players involved in causing this ruckus. Big Brother Yifeng, I'm sorry. It's my fault for dragging you into this mess. Fire Dance apologized as she walked over. Shifeng's character name had begun to turn black, due to the high intensity of the red color. Just looking at it caused one to shudder. Including her past companions, Shifeng had killed more than 100 players during this battle. With this crime value, if Shifeng died he would lose at least 7 levels. Meanwhile, the town guards had them surrounded. The guards would kill all red players, leaving Shifeng no chance to escape. This was still not the most important point. After the guards killed him, Shifeng would immediately revive in jail, and his crime value would determine the duration of his imprisonment. With Shifeng's crime value, he would be locked up for around a week before he could clear away his crime value. The players of Martial Union watched Shifeng with ridiculing expressions. Although they too would receive punishment, compared to Shifeng, theirs would significantly pale in comparison. Relax, Shifeng laughed. Cola and the others had smiles on their faces. It was especially true for Violet Cloud. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation. Martial Union had also caused the previous incident she encountered. She would have never imagined that history would repeat itself. The reactions of Shifeng's teammates confused Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. Why, as teammates, were Cola and the others not worried for Shifeng one little bit? Big Sister Fire Dance, you should relax. Our leader isn't an ordinary person. Violet Cloud giggled as she spoke. The moment Violet Cloud finished speaking, a guard, donned with silvery gray-colored heavy armor, walked up. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, we meet again. How may I be of service to you this time? The guard captain was all smiles as he greeted Shifeng respectfully. Compared to the last meeting, Shifeng's current reputation was much higher. Hence, the guard captain spoke to Shifeng with even more respect. Although Shifeng and his teammates felt that the guard captain's actions were only natural, this scene shocked the other onlookers. It was especially true for the members of Martial Union. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Shifeng was clearly a devil of massacre, yet instead of quickly killing him, the guard captain spoke to him with such regard? What was going on in this world? Isn't that person Yifeng? I remember him. Last time, he killed the members of Martial Union, right in front of the guards. In the end, he got away with simply paying a small sum of money. I was dumbfounded at that time, but later on, I found out that if a player became a noble, they gained special privileges. Even if he killed players right in front of the guards, he would not receive any sort of punishment. At worst, he would have to pay a small compensation fee. How could Martial Union be so forgetful this time? They still dare to take action against Yifeng inside of Red Leaf Town. Don't they know that Yifeng is a noble of Red Leaf Town? How foolish could they get? You might not know this, but the Martial Union in Red Leaf Town has already changed. The previous members have long since left the guild, and Unstable Devastation is the new leader. Right now, the members of Martial Union are all players called in from other towns. A large majority of them also consist of newcomers, so they have no idea about this matter at all. Some of the players aware of the previous incident simply shook their heads while laughing. They felt that Martial Union, as a guild, was truly beyond salvation. At the very least, before they tried to deal with Yifeng, they should have investigated and tried to understand more about him. Regardless of what others said, Yifeng was one of the few players who managed to clear the hell mode of Dark Moon Graveyard. Hearing the explanation from these knowledgeable players, the faces of everyone from Martial Union turned grim. Only now did they know why Shifeng behaved so calmly. However, now that matters had reached this point, they could only glare at him, their gazes full of reluctance. Esteemed Lord Guard Captain, this isn't the first time these people from Martial Union have provoked me in town. I wonder if there is any way to prevent such incidents from happening in the future? Shifeng asked with a smile. Esteemed Lord Demon Hunter, since this guild called Martial Union has a record of past offense, with my lord's high status, you can employ your rights to chase this guild out of Red Leaf Town. However, you will have to pay a fixed amount of reputation to utilize this right. What will my lord decide? The guard captain stated. Originally, Shifeng simply inquired. After all, without a definite degree of status, he could not employ such a right. However, he never imagined that a demon hunter would have such a high social status. Hence he asked, how much do I have to pay? Since Martial Union does not possess any members of nobility in Red Leaf Town, my lord only needs to pay 100 Red Leaf Town reputation points, the guard captain said. I understand. Shifeng only had 130 Red Leaf Town reputation points right now. However, spending 100 points as a precautionary measure was nothing of significance. He had the Demon Hunter title in any case. He would be a noble wherever he went, and he did not lack such a small amount of reputation points. I wish to employ this right. System. You have used your special privileges. Reputation in Red Leaf Town reduced by 100 points. Red Leaf Town will deport all members of Martial Union. As you wish, esteemed Lord Demon Hunter. Immediately, the guard captain gave out the deportation order to his subordinates. However, all members of Martial Union currently in the Fountain Plaza would first sit in jail for 3 hours before their removal from Red Leaf Town. As for the other members of Martial Union, the guards would immediately exorcise them from town, and any who resist would be immediately killed. Simultaneously, all members of Martial Union within Red Leaf Town received the deportation notice. The notice stunned every one of them, and even Unstable Devastation, who just revived with a stomach full of anger, was dumbfounded. He had already given up on his plan to develop Martial Union in 5 different towns, and after much difficulty, he only just managed to solidify Martial Union's foundation in Red Leaf Town. Just as he was about to welcome a bright future, that future shattered. How could this be? Just what happened? Unstable Devastation's mental state was a mess right now. Everything had happened far too quickly for him to react. He had wasted so much manpower, resources and a great amount of time, yet it all had gone to waste. Just who was this Yifeng? Why did he possess such great authority? How could a red player have the authority to deport an entire guild from a town? For a time, countless questions darted through Unstable Devastation's mind. However, regardless of how hard he racked his brain, he could not think of any way to deal with this matter. He also could not change the fact that they were being deported. He could only watch as guards walked up to him, intending to chase him out of Red Leaf Town. Everyone had sentimental attachments for their homeland. If they suddenly moved within a short time, they could not adapt to the new location. It was even more so for average players. They would not suddenly accept having to leave the location with which they were most familiar. Thus, they all promptly chose to leave Martial Union instead. For a time, the member count of Martial Union frantically decreased. Only a few moments had passed since the deportation started, and the member count had already dropped below 500. The majority of the members who stayed mostly consisted of the members that Unstable Devastation had originally brought over from other towns. Hence, they did not choose to leave the guild immediately. However, leaving for another town now would greatly impact their leveling speed. As a result, the guild's development would stagnate for a long period. The loss they incurred was simply immeasurable. Watching the town guards deport the members of Martial Union, the onlooking players were at a loss. They were shocked into speechlessness. Just what was happening here? Could that red player be the new mayor of Red Leaf Town? However, compared to Martial Union's exorcism, the members of other guilds concerned themselves with another matter. Boss, I've discovered big news here. Look at the recording I just sent to you. Vice Leader, I discovered another God-ranked expert. Big bro, something big happened in Red Leaf Town. Someone in the Fountain Plaza has flipped over Martial Union's several hundred players by himself, and even the guards could do nothing against him. The members of various large guilds started contacting the upper echelons of their guilds. They intended to report this unbelievable incident, letting the upper echelons determining their next move. Originally, these upper echelons refused to believe the reports. However, after watching the irrefutable evidence, they were all greatly shocked. Could a single player be so strong? Shifeng had killed a level 9 shield warrior in a single hit. Moreover, they were very familiar with this shield warrior. He was Cold Mountain Fighting Spirit, the core MT of Martial Union's elite team, and he was fully geared with mysterious iron equipment. Yet he still died from a single hit. Xuanzi, listen up. You must keep an eye on him. I'll hurry over there now. For such a God-ranked expert to actually be an independent player, we must recruit him. Remember, you absolutely cannot provoke him. If any problems occur, it'll all be on your head. Undefeated Wolf, the vice leader of the third-rate guild, Heaven's Crown, said sternly. Boss, rest assured, I'll keep an eye on him. I will not let him out of my sight. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various large guilds had made a similar decision. To recruit Shifeng into their guilds, no matter what it took. One could no longer use the normal standard to judge a great expert like Shifeng. He was a tactical ranked expert that could single-handedly decide the results of a team battle. If they could recruit him, be it team dungeons or fighting field bosses, he would have a decisive role. Chapter 170 Famous. After the guard captain respectfully left, Fire Dance finally understood why her new teammates were not concerned one bit for Shifeng. However, more questions tumbled through her mind now. Just who was Shifeng? Standing by the side, Water Buffalo finally managed to shut his hanging jaw. There was a saying commonly used in virtual reality games. A team's achievements depended on their leader. Right now, even the guard captain treated Shifeng with such respect. With a team leader like Shifeng, just to what heights would he lead them? In God's domain, gaming experts like Shifeng were definitely highly sought-after characters. With a simple word from Shifeng, countless large guilds would be willing to offer a high price to recruit him into their guilds. Even first-rate guilds were no exception. Water Buffalo never imagined that Shifeng would form his own team instead. Meanwhile, the players who joined such a team would become the envy of others. Previously, the main reason Water Buffalo willingly joined Shifeng's team was his trust in Fire Dance. Meanwhile, Fire Dance was more or less an expert herself. As for Water Buffalo, he had his own hero's dream, and he only joined Fire Dance's team to learn various techniques from her. Since the beginning, this was the first time Water Buffalo truly felt fortunate for being able to join Shifeng's team. However, it was not due to Shifeng's terrifying attack power. Instead, it was because of the techniques Shifeng displayed during battle. Be it dodging, angles to attack, timing, or a confident grasp of the surrounding terrain. Shifeng was extremely precise with all of these aspects. Otherwise, Shifeng could not have made fools out of martial union. Moreover, Shifeng was a righteous person. Regarding potential, Shifeng stood at the apex of the virtual gaming world. If Water Buffalo could learn even a little from this new team leader of his, he would have no troubles with becoming a normal expert. If he followed Shifeng's guidance, he might even set foot in the unreachable world of top-tier experts. Ugh, there's too many people here. Let's go to a restaurant with fewer people, before we continue our discussion. Shifeng surveyed his surroundings, discovering that there were over 300 or 400 players staring fervently at him. This was not a suitable place to speak about his future plans. Cola and the others nodded. They could no longer endure the countless stares either. These gazes all belonged to independent players that wished to join their team. Among them, there were plenty who were level 7 or level 8. There were even quite a few wealthy players who offered tens of thousands of credits in exchange for power leveling, or in some cases, assistance with their quests. There were also plenty of good-looking female players running up, asking to become friends. That aroused the envy of many male players. However, they were helpless in the face of Shifeng's ferocity. Shifeng was like a hero from ancient times. In this day and age, men who possessed powerful techniques were very attractive to beautiful women, not to mention a god-ranked expert like Shifeng. However, something more amazing occurred simultaneously. The various large guilds in Red Leaf Town flooded Shifeng with communication requests, wishing to chat with him. He rejected them all. Sister Fire Dance, you have to strive harder. This is a great chance for you right now. In the future, as leader's popularity grows larger and larger, who knows, there might be even more powerful beauties joining the team. Water Buffalo nudged Fire Dance, laughing quietly. Scram. Who said that I wanted to become Big Brother Yifeng's girlfriend? Fire Dance stuttered, a light blush suddenly appearing on her cheeks. Atop a hill, outside Red Leaf Town, hundreds of martial unions members gathered. They could only observe Red Leaf Town from the hilltop, not daring to go near the town. Despicable. Despicable. That damnable Yifeng. All my plans have been ruined now because of him. Unstable devastation coldly glared at Red Leaf Town, his heart burning with anger. Previously, he had looked down upon Shifeng. He merely thought of Shifeng as a vagabond expert. How powerful could he be? Only now did he realize the crux of the problem. Shifeng was no ordinary expert. As proven, he was even capable of deporting their entire guild. If Unstable Devastation had known of this matter earlier, he would not have taken such a foolish action. Yifeng, you will only enjoy this glory for the moment. Very quickly, the footage that will ruin you will dominate the official forums. When that time arrives, everyone will condemn you. Although I can't kill you, it will be enough if I can annoy you to death. We'll see if you can establish your own team with your reputation in tatters. Without a team, a person's strength is limited. When we enter White River City, I'll deal with you slowly. I don't believe that you can deport Martial Union from White River City as well. Unstable Devastation laughed contemptuously. He then uploaded the footage he recorded to the official forums, and while doing so he instructed his subordinates to hype things up. To save his own life, Shifeng slaughtered his own companions. Sooner or later, Shifeng's name would fall into ruin. Who would dare team up with such a person then? Inside a restaurant in Red Leaf Town, Shifeng finally managed to break away from all the pestering that had overwhelmed him. Nobody could disturb him inside a private room. After spending more than 10 minutes discussing and arranging the necessary tasks for Kola and the others, just as they were about to take action. Leader, as expected, that Unstable Devastation has retaliated. Right now, a video has appeared on the official forums. The post also stated that, in order to save your own life, you willingly killed your own companions. Extremely despicable. There are also plenty of people slandering you below the post, Kola said. Fire Dance and the others took a look at the post as well. God-ranked expert is a despicable little man. Proof available. Immediately, the team's expressions turned livid. They did not imagine that their former companions would behave so shamelessly. They actually stood up to accuse Shifeng. They had clearly received Shifeng's reward. Yet they worded it as if they had only attacked Martial Union because of their friendship with Shifeng. After they realized their wrongdoings, when they tried to denounce Shifeng, he killed them all. Such a treacherous little man did not deserve to be called an expert. However, as Shifeng was too strong, and they were only a group of weaklings, they were powerless to seek justice. They could denounce Shifeng online. The proof lay in their previous leader, Fire Dance, joining Shifeng's current team. It was irrefutable, solid proof that Shifeng could not challenge. Shifeng was originally very famous throughout White River City. Not only did he clear the hell mode of a team dungeon, but he also enjoyed an indistinct relationship with the Snow Goddess, becoming the envy of others. Now that a scandal about him surfaced, in addition to the post being extremely one-sided, Shifeng became everyone's target. All kinds of curses were written in response to the post. Some of Shifeng's previous supporters also voiced their shock at Shifeng's hideous behavior, exclaiming their bad judgment from before. Instantly, this post became the most viewed topic in White River City. Its view count soared, far surpassing the post made during the war between Black Flame and Hammer Trading. Leader, let's start a counterattack right now. Kola could no longer endure this travesty. Unstable Devastation was simply too despicable. He had failed to defeat Shifeng in an upright battle. So he retaliated from the shadows, slandering Shifeng's reputation. Although Shifeng did not suffer any substantial losses, he still needed to establish his own guild in the future. Those players blinded by this matter would certainly not join a guild with such a leader. How were they supposed to develop their guild? How could they compete with those large guilds? Haha. It is truly well said, with both proof and logic. I'm so touched. I'm tearing up. Shifeng could not help but laugh after seeing the post. Shifeng had seen such tactics countless times in his past life. Among them, Unstable Devastation had used such tactics more than a dozen times to deal a hit to his enemies. Shifeng could not help but admit that the tactic was indeed effective. However, so what? Unstable Devastation was the same as in the past. In the end, he could still not become the guild leader of Martial Union, and his strength in the later stages of the game was even weaker than Ironsword Lion by several stages. In front of absolute strength, all minor tricks were pointless. Alright, everyone's dismissed. Go to the Silent Swamp and meet up with Blackie and Lonely Snow. Also, take these 2 group isolation scrolls. Find a place inside of town to use these, then leave town and head for the Silent Swamp. Shifeng took out 2 Tier 1 group isolation magic scrolls, handing them to Fire Dance and Cola. The group isolation scroll allowed players to enter stealth mode and increased movement speed by 10%. It could only be used in a non-combative state, and it had a duration of half an hour. The stealth effect would break when players entered combat. With this item, Cola and the others could easily meet up with Blackie while avoiding surveillance. The group departed from the restaurant. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed towards Red Leaf Town's town hall by himself. Unstable devastation. I'll teach you, right now, that no matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, in front of absolute strength, it is all meaningless. Shifeng smiled as he closed the official forums. He then entered the tightly guarded town hall. Chapter 171. Underworld Guard. Red Leaf Town slums the Enchanted Bar. It was currently daytime in God's domain. A majority of the players were all out in the fields, leveling up, so there were very few players currently in the bar. However, there were currently over 10 men geared with high-level equipment sitting in the corner of the bar. A murderous air surrounded these 10+ men, and each of them possessed a sharp gaze similar to that of a poisonous snake, causing the hairs of others to stand on end. The presence of these men kept other players a respectful distance from them, chasing them from the bar, one after another. Hence, aside from the NPCs present, only these 10+ men remained within. There was a man with thick eyebrows who sat at the outermost edge of these players. He was a former captain of Martial Union, Ironsword Lion. At this moment, Ironsword Lion did not wear the guild emblem of Martial Union, signifying that he was no longer one of Martial Union's men. Ironsword, you've done well this time. It is only thanks to you that unstable devastation has done as I wished. Once we return, I'll give you credit for your efforts. As long as you continue working hard, sooner or later, you can be the same as Absolute Heaven, an outer member of Underworld. Seated at the head of the table, Southwolf praised Ironsword Lion. Thank you, Lord Southwolf, for your support. I will definitely give my utmost to complete all tasks given by the organization. Ironsword Lion respectfully said, his face filled with extreme excitement. Ever since Absolute Heaven had recommended him to Southwolf, Ironsword Lion discovered that his previous self was a frog in a well. His past self did not truly know how deep the waters of God's domain were. The interests involved in God's domain were simply too big for him to comprehend. If it were not for him coming into contact with a mysterious organization like Underworld, he would not know about this huge secret at all. Ironsword Lion was immediately stunned when he found out about this secret. He even thought that he had heard wrong. It took him more than 10 minutes before he could accept this chilling secret. He celebrated the fact that he could gain the favor of Underworld, leaving behind the worthless Martial Union. God's domain was not a place in which unrated guilds like Martial Union could play around. Even third-rate guilds could be annihilated at any time. Only those second-rate guilds or above, which possessed a strong background, could qualify to compete for authority in God's domain. If Ironsword Lion could become an outer member of Underworld, he could live a carefree life in the future. At that time, having an annual salary would only be a small matter. The more important part of becoming an outer member of Underworld was the status and authority that came with the position. He would be on equal standings with those big shots of corporations in the city. This was something that he had always dreamt of becoming. Let's continue by discussing how to deal with Yifeng. With unstable devastation slandering him right now, Yifeng will sooner or later fall from fame. The next step is destroying the relationship he has with Gentle Snow. Then, finally giving Yifeng a fatal blow, we will make him disappear from God's domain completely. When Southwolf recalled Shifeng's arrogant words, he could not help but narrow his eyes, a cold glint shining in them. He wished he could get rid of Shifeng right this instant. However, young Master Feng had already given him a command, and had even sent a party of Underworld guards to assist him. Hence, Southwolf could only vent his anger by slowly toying with Shifeng. At this moment, Absolute Heaven, silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth saying, "It would be very simple to break apart the relationship between Yi Feng and Gentle Snow. The problem is, how are we going to deal with Yi Feng? From the footage transmitted to us just now, I think that everyone has clearly seen how powerful he is. Even several hundred players could do nothing to Yi Feng. Who could block that frightening attack power of his? The last time I exchanged moves with him, I could withstand a few his blows. If I met him now, however, I probably wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As for a direct confrontation, he could most likely kill me in 2 to 3 moves." Thus, average players would normally stay within the surroundings of their own cities to level up. They would not go to other cities to grind or do quests. Of course, they could run to other cities by foot as well. Only, they would need to spend at least a few days running to cross such a distance. When Shi Feng arrived at the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town, the place was void of players. There were only a few level 100 elite guards wandering about. In actuality, Shi Feng did not originally intend to go to White River City so early. However, after the ruckus unstable devastation caused, his troubles had grown larger and larger. In order to develop his guild in the future, he could only hasten his plans and take action now. "Adventurer, you have to pay 1 silver coin to use the teleportation gate," the magician guarding the teleportation gate informed Shi Feng. Shi Feng paid the fees without hesitation, walking up to the teleportation gate. Shua! Shi Feng disappeared from the teleportation hall of Red Leaf Town. At the same time, a notification rang out throughout the Starmoon Kingdom. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Yi Feng for becoming the first player in Starmoon Kingdom to arrive at a city, rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City, and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. The appearance of this notice immediately sent trembles through all the players in the Starmoon Kingdom. Chapter 172, Shocking All Sides. Currently, the players of Martial Union hurried towards Clearwater Town. Clearwater Town was the nearest town to Red Leaf Town, and the player base there was around 5,000 to 6,000. Although we will incur a huge loss moving our base of operations, we can just start all over again. However, Yi Feng, your reputation is ruined. Everyone is denouncing you right now. I really want to see just how you are going to mingling in God's domain. And who else will dare join your team now? Unstable Devastation could not help but laugh as he read the forum post. Originally, the others from Martial Union felt depressed over having to move to another town. However, after watching Shi Feng's fame fall into complete ruin, their moods greatly improved. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Yi Feng for becoming the first player in Starmoon Kingdom to arrive at a city, rewarding 20 reputation points in White River City, and the title of Honorary Citizen of White River City. What is this? Unstable Devastation immediately froze, shocked, after listening to this system announcement. 5 to 6 seconds passed before he sobered up, and questions instantly filled his mind. How did Shi Feng reach level 10 so quickly? The EXP required to go from level 9 to level 10 was several times that of the EXP needed to go from level 8 to level 9. Even for the upper echelons of first-rate guilds, the most heaven-defying were only at 70% or so of level 9 right now. Yet, Shi Feng had already reached level 10. This also meant that Shi Feng had reached level 10 before they had surrounded him. In regards to an independent player, such a leveling speed was simply unimaginable. Boss Unstable not good. A new post about Yi Feng has appeared on the forums, and it is filled with all sorts of reverence and support for Yi Feng. Unstable Devastation hurriedly opened the official forums. At this moment, the post his subordinate mentioned already owned the top position on the forum, with the title, "The #1 player in White River City." Instantly, the popularity of the post surpassed the post Unstable Devastation had previously submitted. In this post, aside from Shi Feng's achievement of becoming the #1 player in White River City, there were also plenty of other accomplishments mentioned. There was even uploaded footage of Shifeng massacring the hundreds of players of Martial Union. In the footage, Shifeng had killed close to 100 players by himself, while he had frightened the hundreds of Martial Union's players present. Shifeng's domineering actions had caused many players to start worshipping him. Although the footage only lasted a few short seconds, even after viewing it over 100 times, one would still not tire of it. Shifeng's lightning speed dodging techniques and battle techniques were especially worth watching and learning. Previously, there had been quite a few people writing harsh words about Shifeng, stating that he edited the footage, and that it was impossible that he could be so powerful. They also argued that Shifeng was only a backstabbing, traitorous bastard, that there should be a limit to how far he could go. Even when severing relationships, these people warned others not fall for such tricks, claiming that people like Shifeng did not deserve praise. However, very quickly, people started standing up and speaking for Shifeng. These people had all personally witnessed the entire incident, and knew more information than others. Moreover, videos recorded in God's domain could not be photoshopped, as these videos were under the supervision of the main God system. Thus, the law acknowledged both the videos recorded and contracts signed in God's domain. Immediately, those who slandered Shifeng fell abruptly silent, as they knew that they would only become a joke if they continued mindlessly causing trouble. Simultaneously, plenty of people who explained the truth of the matter came out of the woodwork. These idiots only scandalize others because they can't stand others living a better life. I'm a player of Red Leaf Town, and I witnessed the incident very clearly. Even Martial Union was helpless against Yifeng. Do you think he'll need that trash's help? Those losers were people who took the bounty Yifeng offered, and they slandered Yifeng simply because they were afraid of Martial Union taking revenge on them. I've also heard about it. Those people are the scum of society. To avoid Martial Union's retaliation, they were even willing to kill their own team leader. Meanwhile, Yifeng killed all of them because he simply could not sit back and watch. Now, not only have these people not repented for their actions, but they also took the initiative to blame Yifeng. They are simply too despicable. Haha. Those people received a big slap to their faces. Yifeng can frighten hundreds of players from Martial Union into a pause. Do you people really think that you are fit to become a God-ranked expert's companions? You even have the gall to say that you helped Yifeng? Is your second-grade syndrome incurable? You guys don't know how awesome Yifeng is. Just a word from him, and right now all of Martial Union is being removed from Red Leaf Town. You can't find a single player from Martial Union standing on the streets now. Yifeng is just too awesome. As expected of a God-ranked expert, when God slaps faces, all of those haters will have to dismiss themselves. Unstable Devastation was immediately dumbfounded as he read the replies to the post. He had only managed to slander Shifeng after great difficulties. Yet, in the end, without even saying a word, Shifeng had recovered using a single system announcement. Not only did he solve the problem, but he had also increased his fame to greater heights. As for Fire Dance's companions, when they saw the system announcement and the forum post, their expressions turned extremely ugly. Even their intestines turned green with regret. They did not imagine that Shifeng was actually so powerful. How great would it have been if, at that time, they had joined Shifeng's team with Fire Dance? Instead, they were now scorned and verbally abused by others. Furthermore, they had lost another level due to their deaths at Shifeng's hands. They could not even compare to average players anymore. At that time, they only acted in such a way to avoid the retaliation of Martial Union. In the end, however, Martial Union was deported from Red Leaf Town, so they wouldn't be able to retaliate against them in the first place. Such an end left them feeling empty and lost. Just why had they chosen such a path? Meanwhile, it wasn't just Unstable Devastation who was shocked by this development. On Underworld's side, both Southwolf and the Underworld guards were similarly stunned by this news. Wasn't this Yifeng's leveling speed a little too fast? Southwolf nearly spat blood in anger. Now that Shifeng had entered the city, his previous detailed plan was useless. He needed to start from the very beginning again. When Gentle Snow, who was currently in a level 10 monster area, discovered this news, She fell into deep thought for quite some time. I truly underestimated him. Although my level is already quite high, I still have to grind for 5 to 6 hours before I can reach level 10. During these 5 to 6 hours, Yifeng might very well widen the gap in our levels even further after entering White River City. Gentle Snow laughed bitterly. Everyone knew that all virtual reality games shared a common point. The resources available were limited. There were only so many leveling resources available in every region. Unquestionably, the more resources a person possessed, the greater their leveling and development speed would be. As for the resources available in the city, without a doubt, the earlier one entered the city, the more resources one could obtain. There were plenty of high-level quests in a city. The existence of teleportation gates also enabled fast travel to leveling areas. Hence, by entering the city ahead of others, one could quickly monopolize the best areas for leveling up. In the city, the tools and items sold were also limited. These items would be of great help to a team's speedy development. This gap of 5 to 6 hours would allow Shifeng to do plenty of things in the city. By the time we reach White River City, most likely, we would have to discuss matters of cooperation with him once again. Gentle Snow revealed a helpless smile. In actuality, Gentle Snow wasn't the only person who intended to discuss matters of cooperation with Shifeng. The various large guilds around White River City also tried desperately to contact Shifeng. They all wished to recruit Shifeng into their command. As for the guilds outside of White River City, they all developed a curiosity towards Shifeng. An independent player was actually the first player to reach level 10. It was an incredible feat if Shifeng were some great character from a large guild. They might not have thought much about this matter. However, this was not the case. The upper echelons of the various guilds all had a group of elite players aiding them with grinding monsters. Thus, their leveling efficiency was much higher than other players. However, against all odds, the first person to enter a city was an independent player. How could this not shock them? At the same time, Shifeng's entrance into White River City had rung alarm bells to the many guilds out there. Someone had already started their development in a city. If they continued dragging their feet, this would become a big threat to their futures. To increase their leveling speed, they all focused on crafting whetstones. They purchased hardstones in bulks, inflating the cost of hardstones once more. However, all these large guilds were unaware that their actions were precisely as Shifeng had planned. White River City, one of the 5 major cities in Star Moon Kingdom. From afar, one could see towering buildings erected throughout the city. It was a sight no town could ever hope to compare with. Just the number of NPCs residing within the city exceeded 100,000. Moreover, the city could hold over 2 million players within its walls. It was a sight that many guilds would fight to possess. At this time, Shifeng walked down the main street of White River City. Before he had arrived in White River City, Shifeng had wiped clean his name using the demon mask, so he was not afraid of the city guards. In any case, he was a globally recognized noble. Even if he entered White River City with a red name, he would not face any major challenges. Only, there were some NPCs unwilling to deal with red players, preventing Shifeng from accepting any high-level quests. So he chose to clear up his name. Let's have a look at the city hall for now. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He took out the recommendation letter that he received from Blackbeard, the mayor of Stonemer Town. This letter was one of the items he would use as capital to rise in White River City. Chapter 173. Magistrate Weissman. White River City was the 5th most populated city in Star Moon Kingdom. Although it was incredibly small compared to Blackwing City, if one wanted to explore the entire city fully, one would need at least several days. The teleportation hall of White River City was located on the southwest side of the city. It was relatively close to the city's entrance. Meanwhile, the city hall was situated right in the heart of the city, by the White River Plaza in the trade area. White River City was considered a city because its administration was far more strict than a town's. At the same time, it was also much active. Being the focal point of several hundred towns, There were many more merchants here. On either side of the main street, one could easily find various item shops, bars, restaurants, fruit stores, clothing stores, leather clothing stores, armor stores, magic stores, alchemy workshops, smithies, and much more. In the city, players were not allowed to set up their own stalls. If they wished to sell their items, they needed to purchase a shop. However, it was extremely expensive to purchase a personal shop in the city. Ordinary players could not afford a shop by themselves. Not just any player could purchase a shop either. Players needed a set amount of reputation points before they were able to do so, and the locations of the shops they could buy depended on their status. However, this didn't mean that players had no chances of selling their items at all. The first method players could employ, other than purchasing their own shops, was the auction house. The auction house of White River City was extremely prosperous as it connected to the closest 8 cities with lower populations. As long as players put their items up for auction, players from the other 8 cities could access them. However, the auction house charged an extraordinary fee for their services. The registration fees depended on an item's selling price and the duration the owner wished to auction for. There was also an 8% auction fee after the item sold. If players sold an item in the auction house, overall, they would have to pay 15% of the item's value in fees. It was not worthwhile in the least. Items sold in a city's auction house were extremely expensive. Some of the minor items were not even worth auctioning. As for the second method, there would be a large-scale market once every 3 days in the plaza of White River City. Players only need pay a small fee, and they could set up their own stalls to sell their items. This method suited independent players extremely well. The only unfortunate aspect was that the market only occurred once every 3 days. Moreover, the market began at night and only lasted for 10 hours. For players uninterested in grinding and adventure, yet still desiring development within God's domain, opening their own shops in a city was of the utmost importance. Only with a shop could players conduct business 48 hours in a day. Moreover, along with the development of God's domain, the money one could earn from opening a shop in White River City could rival the earnings of opening a shop in real life. In Shifeng's previous life, there were plenty of players who were unimpressed by grinding monsters and leveling. Instead, these players spent all their efforts to purchase a shop. Although the locations of their shops were very secluded, the amount of money they earned was enough to cover their living expenses in real life with a lot to spare as well. Shifeng rode a horse carriage towards the city hall. Compared to the town hall in Red Leaf Town, the city hall in White River City was a much more spectacular sight. The building had a total of 10 floors, and the area it covered was about the size of a football field. At the entrance of the building, there were more than 20 garrison knights standing guard. These guards were all level 150 elites. The garrison captain was a level 160 tier 2 knight. With his strength he could easily decimate an entire town. Moreover, for a large city like White River City, there would be 2 to 3 tier 4 class NPCs on guard. Powerful monsters and dark powers dared not come near it. Immediately after Shifeng stepped into the city hall, an elegant beauty walked towards him. "Esteemed sir, is there anything I can help you with?" The beautiful employee blinked her doll-like eyes as she asked. "I wish to see the magistrate, Lord Weissman. I have with me Blackbeard's letter of introduction," Shifeng said, displaying his demon hunter title. Commoners had no right to meet the magistrate of White River City, Weissman, as one needed sufficient status to do so. After all, a magistrate was equivalent of a mayor, and Magistrate Weissman controlled all military and political power in White River City. If one wished to speak with him, at the barest minimum, one needed to be a noble of White River City. However, Shifeng's reputation in White River City was far from a noble. He could only reveal his identity as a demon hunter. "So it is Lord Demon Hunter. Magistrate Weissman is currently occupied with public affairs. My lord will have to wait for some time before he becomes available. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait in the lounge, and I will notify Lord Weissman of your arrival." The beautiful employee showed respect upon seeing Shifeng's title. A noble was not in existence commoners like her could afford to provoke, even if she worked for the kingdom. "Yes, please notify him for me," Shifeng nodded. He then wandered towards the city hall's lounge. Sitting in the empty lounge with nothing better to do, Shifeng switched his system communications back on. D. Previously, to avoid interruption, Shifeng had intentionally switched off the system communication function. Nobody could contact him that way. However, the moment he switched it back on, he discovered hundreds of communication requests pending his approval. Shifeng was familiar with many of these players. A majority of them were the upper echelons of large guilds situated in White River City. Some were even the vice leaders or elders of guilds. Of course, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were no exception to this list. After all, the advantage of entering White River City ahead of others was far too impressive to ignore. Before entering White River City, information such as the best leveling grounds and the best locations to farm resources were a big mystery to everyone. Without entering the city, one could not obtain any information about the quests available in the city and the city laws imposed on players. To a guild, obtaining such information before others was a great boon. They could occupy the best leveling spots and obtain high-level quests a step ahead of others. They could purchase daily and weekly limited items and gather herbs, ores, and such resources ahead of others. Guilds were most eager for this information as it would enable them to rise ahead of their competitors. Especially now as these guilds neared level 10, and the ability to enter White River City. If they could obtain this information beforehand, they could adapt to the new environment quickly and confidently go out to grind and gather resources. They would not need to waste time collecting this information. They could also use the time saved to pull ahead of the other guilds developing in other cities. With so many benefits, these guilds would not Shifeng slip through their grasps. They would find a way to contact him. Unfortunately, the results of their efforts simply dumbfounded all of them. They did not think that Shifeng would shut down all forms of communications, leaving them with no way to contact him at all. The only choice they had left was to leave Shifeng messages. As a result, thousands of messages filled Shifeng's mailbox. If he read all of them, he would need to spend at least 4 to 5 hours. However, since Shifeng had nothing better to do right now, he looked at the messages sent by guilds worth contacting. After all, he was an independent player. If he did not sell even any information, he would only gain enemies. With his current strength and influence, he would only end up in tragedy by doing so. So he would choose a few to do business with. Naturally, Stabbing Heart and Gentle Snow were on his list of business partners. Shifeng was already friends with them no matter how he looked at it. He would sell them information at a reduced price. However, it was a different story for the other guilds. Shifeng also had to consider what information he would sell. After all, he knew White River City like his own backyard. However, there was no way he could sell all the information he knew. He needed to consider what information he could sell. This information should greatly interest these guilds. He could charge a high price while not giving these guilds too much advantage and hindering to his own future. Shifeng was gaining a migraine over this decision. Chapter 174, Blacksteel's Contract. Shortly after Shifeng entered White River City, all the players within White River City region entered a crazed state. The various large guilds behaved in the same way. They all began forming teams to grind and level up, intending to enter White River City as soon as possible. However, the higher level the monster areas they grinded in were, the more problems they encountered. Not mentioning the fact that more players explored the high-level areas, nor the matter of the guilds competing and battling with each other. Just the simple matter of weapon and equipment durability was already a huge headache to these various large guilds. Have they still not sent the whetstones yet? The entire team's weapon durability is almost at its limit, Stabbing Heart said in the team chat. They just informed me that the forgers have just finished a new batch and are sending it our way, a ranger replied. How many are they sending? Stabbing Heart asked. 5 stacks, a total of 100 whetstones, the ranger said in a soft and troubled tone. Why are there only 100? Didn't we buy over 500 hard stones? Stabbing Heart's expression sunk, turning extremely ugly to behold. There were over 60 players in their elite team, and they all were currently grinding in a level 10 monster area. Each whetstone could recover 3 to 7 durability points on a weapon, and 100 whetstones would only last them around an hour or so. They've already used all 500. We are trying to purchase them in bulk, but we simply can't find any. Many players are just paying forgers to turn their hard stones into whetstones. We've already sent out many of our newcomers to grind for hard stones in Dark Moon Valley. However, ever since God's Domain's upgrade, the drop rate of hard stones has decreased. Moreover, the 10+ forgers we've nurtured are only basic forging apprentices right now. They have a very low success rate for making whetstones. The success rate would be higher if they were intermediate forging apprentices. We wouldn't have to waste so many hard stones. However, the increase in proficiency in forging is just too slow. Right now, they don't have enough proficiency points to become an intermediate forging apprentices at the moment. The ranger's face turned awkward as he explained. Nurturing forgers and potion makers had been very important to their guild for some time. However, where would they find enough money and resources to invest in them? Until now, these lifestyle players had not supplied any advantages to the guild. Stabbing Heart let out a deep sigh. He grew worried as he listened to his subordinate's report. Only now did he truly realize the importance of forgers. Although their guild had started nurturing forgers from an early period, collecting plenty of resources, and investing a great amount of money into their development, they never thought that it would be so hard to raise a forger. If the guild had an intermediate forging apprentice right now, they wouldn't have been so desperate for whetstones. I understand. Tell the elite team members to use them sparingly, then. Try to reduce the contact their weapons have with monsters. That way, they can slow down the damage to their weapons. Also, tell the outer members to put more effort into gathering hard stones, Stabbing Heart said helplessly. The lack of whetstones had left a second-rate Apex guild like the Assassin's Alliance in such a poor state. Of course, this wasn't due to them not having money, but simply because they could not buy any hard stones, not to mention whetstones. Even if a stack of whetstones sold for 10 silver coins at the moment, Stabbing Heart would not hesitate to purchase it. Unfortunately, there were none to be found on the market. The Assassin's Alliance wasn't the only guild faced with such a predicament. All the guilds throughout the Star Moon Kingdom currently held an intense desire for whetstones. Only, they were not as tense as the guilds situated within the White River City region. Speaking of which, the guilds in the White River City region were currently in a desperate situation. The durability of their weapons fell too quickly, so they could not battle for long periods. However, without weapons, how could they battle at all? Even though they had such a large-sized guild, there were only a scarce few forgers that could create whetstones. An average guild based in a town would normally have an elite team of around 30 players grinding in high-level monster areas. As for the third-rate guilds in the White River City region, they had elite teams of around 500 to 600 players, while second-rate guilds had over 1,000, and first-rate guilds had over 3,000 to 4,000 players. Of course, there were still the independent players. Right now, the demand for whetstones throughout the White River City region was intimidating. However, due to all of these guilds desperately grinding towards level 10, the price of hard stones soared once again. Each stack of hard stones sold of 1 silver 20 coppers right now. Yet even with such a high price, the many guilds in the White River City region still failed to purchase any. White River City City Hall. Unknowingly, more than half an hour had passed since Shifeng began his wait. During this half hour or so, Shifeng managed to tidy up all the information regarding White River City. To the guilds in the White River City region that did not know anything, this information was gold. Meanwhile, Shifeng had organized this information into 2 versions. One was the simplified version, the other was the luxury version. After players read the simplified version, they would only have a rough understanding of White River City. For example, they would know that White River City held a large-scale market once every 3 days. However, the simplified version would not touch on the topic of resource distribution. On the other hand, the luxury version would give a rough introduction to it. It would tell the owner which locations were suited to certain classes for leveling, and which locations would have the most of a particular resource and more such information. This was the information large guilds needed the most. Originally, Shifeng intended to sell this information to these guilds personally, converting it into gold coins. However, it was simply too troublesome to carry out these tasks. Moreover, Shifeng did not lack gold coins right now, but credits. After some careful consideration, Shifeng finally decided to sell the information through the official forums. He would conduct the trade in credits. The simplified version would target the independent players, while the luxury version would target the guilds. Shifeng sold the simplified version for 300 credits. If players possessed the simplified version, it would be the equivalent of purchasing a guidebook of the city. At the very least, players would not be at a complete loss after entering the city, not knowing a single thing. As for the luxury version, Shifeng sold it for 20,000 credits. Although these guilds would sooner or later discover the information themselves, they would need to waste a lot of time to do so. According to Shifeng's estimates, at the very least, they would need to spend 2 to 3 days' time investigating. Moreover, the information they obtained by themselves would not be as accurate as Shifeng's. 2 to 3 days' time was incomparably precious to a guild, so they would not pay any heed to wasting 20,000 credits. Lord Demon Hunter, Magistrate Weissman waits for you in the parlor. Please follow me. The beautiful employee suddenly returned to Shifeng's side, softly saying, "All right, lead the way." Shifeng stood and nodded. He followed the female employee up to the parlor on the building's second floor. When he stepped into the spacious and elegant-looking parlor, the person waiting for him wore a silvery gray-colored robe. The well-dressed man was in his 50s, and he held a staff with a deep blue-colored gemstone embedded in it. The man currently sat by the window side, gazing at the scenery outside the window in silence. This man was the magistrate of White River City, Weissman. He was also a Tier 4 wizard, and he was a level 200 NPC. Without question, he was one of the strongest individuals currently in White River City. Even though Weissman stood there in silence, Shifeng could clearly feel the elemental mana in the room frantically gathering around Weissman, forming a weak magical domain that pressured others. However, this was merely an unconscious action of Weissman's. It went to show just how frightening a Tier 4 powerhouse was. If Weissman employed his magical domain, he could instantly turn Shifeng into a pile of ash. Although Weissman only appeared to be a man in his 50s, his true age was well over 100 years old. He was without a doubt an old monster. "Young man, I hear you have a recommendation letter from Blackbeard?" Weissman asked, smiling at Shifeng. Although the Demon Hunter title held sway over normal NPCs, to a powerhouse like Weissman, it was nothing worthy of mention. Weissman's identity as a Tier 4 class far exceeded the status of a Demon Hunter. "That's right. Mayor Blackbeard wanted me to pass this to you." Shifeng took out the recommendation letter, handing it over to Weissman. After Weissman received the letter, he did not immediately open it. He simply let out a deep sigh as he looked at Shifeng, saying, "That which should have come has finally arrived. I've waited for this letter for 30 years. Only I never imagined a young man like you would bring it to me. I guess it is now time for me to fulfill the contract made so long ago." Chapter 175 Demon's Heart. Contract. Shifeng silently murmured, confused. From the information he collected in his previous life, there was no mention of a contract. That fortunate player had not revealed this information, so naturally, Shifeng had no idea. However, since that fortunate player managed to complete the quest, Shifeng did not believe that he could not complete it himself. After all, he was much stronger than that fortunate player in his previous life, so there was no reason why he couldn't do it as well. As long as he completed this quest, he would have the capital to establish himself in White River City. As for what that capital was there even a need to mention it? To any players new to White River City, there was nothing better than to own their own real estate. Moreover, this real estate wasn't ordinary. It was one of the nobles' mansions, located in the heart of the trade area. Only with a mansion could one establish a guild residence. A guild residence was extremely important to a guild. It was a guild's most important benefit, second to none. Every guild residence acted as private territory. The greatest benefits it provided were an increase in leveling speed and unique resident quests. As long as a guild possessed a residence, all members that rested within could gain a double EXP buff. With this buff, whether grinding or questing, players could obtain double the original EXP. However, players needed to rest in the guild residence for a certain amount of time to gain the double EXP buff. Normally, resting for 48 hours would grant a player 20% double EXP, and players could gain up to an entire level's worth of double EXP. To guild members tired from battle, this feature was fatally tempting. There were also the special resident quests only available in the guild residence. The local NPCs commissioned these quests, and there would be some available every day. Moreover, the rewards for these quests were quite bountiful. There were even times that a quest would reward a dark gold ranked item. When these resident quests were completed, the guild would also receive guild reputation and guild funds, as 20% of the remuneration for these resident quests would belong to the guild. However, even though the guild members only received 80% of the reward money, it was still a great deal more than the reward money of the majority of high-level quests. Aside from all that, a guild residence had many more functions. Thus, a guild residence was the core of a guild. Unfortunately, it was extremely hard for guilds to obtain their own residence. First-rate guilds could usually not obtain a residence until more than a month had passed since God's Domain's release, not to mention the second-rate and third-rate guilds. Even after 4 months, there would still be plenty of third-rate guilds without guild residences. In Shifeng's previous life, Shadow only managed to obtain its first guild residence after 7 months in God's Domain. By that time, a majority of the players were already around level 50 or so. After much difficulty, Shadow only secured a guild residence in a relatively isolated city with only a population base of 200,000 to 300,000. From that moment onwards, Shadow had finally begun walking the path of a rated guild. In God's Domain, a guild would only be officially recognized when they possessed a guild residence. Also, the speed at which they procured a residence displayed the guild's strength. Shifeng's goal was to attain his own guild residence 15 days after he entered White River City, and Blackbeard's recommendation letter was the fastest way to achieve that goal. Right, however. Weissman measured up Shifeng in detail, shaking his head saying, "Young man, you are still too weak right now. I'm afraid that you cannot fulfill this contract. Although I don't understand why Blackbeard places such trust in you, it is still too early for you right now." Lord Weissman, I believe that I am competent enough to complete this quest, Shifeng spoke with determination. Weissman couldn't help but smile. Young people are so confident. However, they will realize their ignorance when they meet true trouble. He immediately replied, "Young man, how about we make an accord? If you can pass the test I give you, I'll agree to your request. I will even aid you in completing Blackbeard's contract." He called at Shifeng saying, "Young man, wait a moment. I still have something very important to tell you." Chapter 176, Blazing Meteor. Shifeng could not help but wonder when he was suddenly called. After all, Weissman was a Tier 4 wizard and the tyrant of White River City. Any item he gave would have unlimited uses to Shifeng. "Regardless of the circumstances, my good friend still sent you. Take this item and this letter. Hand them over to Master Siliora. It may be of some help to you." Weissman took out a flame-red colored crystal and a letter, handing them to Shifeng. "Lord Weissman, thank you for your help. I will complete this agreement as soon as possible," Shifeng said gratefully. System: Unique quest Demon's Heart accepted. Quest details: Go to the Demon's Castle and obtain the Demon's Heart for Weissman. Quest rewards unknown. System: Hidden quest, search for Siliora accepted. Quest details: Look for Celiora in White River City and pass her the items that Weissman has given you. Quest rewards, unknown. Instantly, Shifeng received 2 precious quests. They were both more amazing than any high-level quests, especially the unique quest. As long as Shifeng completed it, he could earn shocking rewards. Since he had received the quests, Shifeng would not continue to waste his time here. He departed from the city hall immediately, summoning a horse carriage and dashing towards the free zone of White River City. The person Weissman wanted him to look for, Celiora, was a master forger. In White River City, very few players would know of Celiora's fame. However, that did not mean that Celiora was not amazing. On the contrary, Celiora was known as a genius in the forging world. Celiora had become a master forger at a very young age, and she was only a step away from becoming a grandmaster forger. However, Celiora preferred to maintain a low profile, so not many people were aware of her existence. Shifeng was one of the scant few players who knew about Celiora. Moreover, Shifeng even knew where Celiora lived. The hidden quest Weissman gave might have troubled other players, but it was no trouble to Shifeng at all. As for the unique quest Demon's Heart, Shifeng could only leave it alone for now. He also still had the epic quest Darkness Descends. Although Charlene was also in White River City, Shifeng was too poor right now. He could not afford the information fee of 10 gold coins. So he could only leave it alone for now as well. Moreover, when compared to the Demon's Heart quest, an epic quest was most likely much harder to complete. Even if Shifeng had the clue to complete the epic quest, he would still be powerless to complete it. So he might as well set it aside for now. In any case, he had 30 days to complete it, and the time limit was still far away. It would not be too late for him to accomplish the quest after he further raised his strength. 20-something minutes later, Shifeng finally arrived at a very small smithy located within the free zone. The wooden door to this smithy was still closed. If outsiders saw this, they would think that the smithy was either closed to the public or no longer in operation. So naturally nobody would visit this place. After paying the 60 copper carriage fee, Shifeng walked towards the humble-looking smithy, knocking on the door gently. However, even after a long time, Shifeng did not receive an answer. "Hello, Master Celiora. I was sent here by Lord Weissman. I have with me a letter for you from the magistrate." If Shifeng barged into the smithy, even after having knocked for a long while without an answer and possessing the status of a noble, the guards would apprehend him and lock him up in jail for a good while. Hence, Shifeng could only use a big character like Weissman to lure Celiora out. That way, Celiora would not continue feigning ignorance. After some time, there was finally some movement in the house. Kachik. The thick wooden door opened, and a great beauty dressed in a black leather shirt stepped out. Below the large V-shaped collar, her ample bosom revealed itself. The beauty wore a pair of extremely short leather pants, revealing her long and slender legs. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, and her dark hair cascaded down to her fine and delicate waist. Her entire body gave off a wild charm. The woman before him was indeed the master forger, Celiora. If Blackie could see this sight before Shifeng right now, he would whistle his praise, his drool puddling on the ground. For Shifeng, however, he had long since grown accustomed to such a sight. Celiora was the black rose of the forging world, and she was one of the rare few beauties who worked as a forger. After all, most forgers were muscular barbarians, unlike Celiora, who was a young beauty, both sexy and attractive. "I'm very busy. Pass me the thing and leave." Celiora spoke impatiently, glancing at Shifeng. Hearing Celiora speaking in such a way, Shifeng felt extremely familiar with these words. He felt as if he had heard of them before from somewhere. After giving it some thought, Shifeng suddenly recalled something. Wasn't he usually fond of using these words? "This is the letter that Lord Weissman wanted me to give you." Shifeng took out the letter, passing it to Celiora. Celiora received the letter. Not sparing the letter a single glance, she arbitrarily said, "You can return now." Celiora started shutting the wooden door. Shifeng was immediately left speechless. Even though he had long since known of Celiora's personality, He couldn't help but admit that any sort of master would have their own strange personality. Celiora was no exception. However, Shifeng had made Celiora submit in his previous life, so there was no reason he could not do so now. Moreover, he seemed to have learned his catchphrase, "I'm busy," from Celiora. "I'll leave then." Shifeng took out the flame-red colored crystal given to him by Weissman as he said so. He toyed with the crystal as he turned to leave. The flame-red crystal gave off a dazzling red-colored glow. Just by taking it out, the fire-type mana in the surrounding area started crazily gathering around the crystal. The flame-red glow increased its brilliance, attracting the attention of all onlookers. "Wait!" Celiora suddenly called out to Shifeng. "Master Celiora, do you still have some other matter?" Shifeng turned, a faint smile on his face as he asked. At this moment, Celiora's large eyes were already glued onto the flame-red crystal in Shifeng's hand. She was like an enamored little kitten, and her eyes followed the flame-red crystal's movement in Shifeng's hand, going up and down with great interest. Although Celiora's personality was somewhat strange, she too faced a common problem that all forgers faced, the desire of rare forging materials. There was not a single forger out there who did not wish to create an item, famed throughout the entire continent, in their lifetime. Meanwhile, the prerequisite to create such an item was incomparably precious materials. Take the abyssal blade in Shifeng's hands for example. In order for its fame to spread throughout the continent, the famous smith, Alices, used the Black Dragon King's fang as its core forging material. What was the Black Dragon King? That was the king among dragons, which represented destruction. It was a frightening creature that was the closest being to a god. Just the breath it spat out could destroy a city with millions of inhabitants. It was a frightening existence that could single-handedly destroy an entire kingdom. Meanwhile, to create the abyssal blade, the most precious fang of that frightening existence's body was necessary. In the end, after the abyssal blade's creation, it became one of the 36 famed swords in God's domain. The abyssal blade's existence shook all of God's domain, and even after thousands of years, its might was still boundless. "Can you sell me that item?" Celiora asked, her face filled with desire, her tone making a complete transformation. Shifeng shook his head, saying, "I am truly sorry, Master Celiora, but Lord Weissman originally wanted me to bring this item to you to forge an item for me. However, seeing as you are busy, I would feel bad to continue disturbing you. So I intend to look for Master Prost and see if he will make the item that I want." "What? You are actually going to take this precious material to that old bastard, Prost? Do you know how wasteful you are being? If you want to forge an item, I can help you. Also, since you are a swordsman with this item, I would have no problems forging a blazing meteor of relatively high quality. If you give this material to that old bastard, he will definitely ruin it." Chapter 177, Celiora's Shock. Celiora stared at Shifeng with her almond-shaped eyes, her hands on her hips. She looked like an angry lioness. This scene dumbfounded Shifeng. He did not know what to say in this situation. Before, Celiora simply reacted with cold indifference towards him, yet now she was so obedient. The blazing meteor was a weapon that only Celiora knew how to create, and it was also her most famous creation. It was a weapon that all swordsmen dreamt of having. In Shifeng's previous life, as long as one was a swordsman, they would definitely have begged Celiora to create a blazing meteor for them. Many players were even willing to go bankrupt to obtain a blazing meteor. Shifeng, who at that time had already become a sword king, was no exception. He only managed to obtain one with much difficulty after a very long time. Although Shifeng had already met his goal, he still toyed with Celiora by pretending hesitation. Immediately, Celiora started panicking. If she truly allowed that old bastard Prost obtain such a large starfire crystal, that old rat would come over to her place to show off, and very often, at that. "You should know that I am the most amazing master forger in White River City. None of the items I forge are of ordinary quality. Moreover, I am in a very good mood right now, so I will even use a rare material from my exclusive collection to forge a blazing meteor suitable for you. If you don't believe me, then come in and have a look. Siliora hurriedly pulled Shifeng into her smithy, letting Shifeng witness the masterpieces she had created. After entering the house, one would immediately discover that the exterior and interior of the house were practically two entirely different worlds. Although the exterior of the house was broken down and humble, the interior was both beautiful and magnificent. Fine weaponry and equipment were all showcased within crystal cabinets. Not a single one of these weapons or equipment were of ordinary quality. They were all masterpieces of fine gold rank or above. These were all masterpieces because, when compared to items of the same rank and level, the attributes of the weapons and equipment made by Siliora were far superior. How is it? Do you see that dark red-colored greatsword placed in the highest position? That's an epic weapon that I personally made. Siliora stuck out her chest, boasting. Indeed, it was as Siliora had said. Among all these weapons and equipment, the most amazing item was the level 120 epic weapon. In terms of strength, it exceeded the Mavis protection by leaps and bounds. It was Siliora's greatest creation to date, and it was also the only epic ranked item that she had ever made. The reason Siliora bore the title of Genius of the Forging World was due to her accidentally creating this epic weapon. After all, it was nearly impossible for a forger to forge an epic weapon intentionally, as the success rate for even a master forger was abysmally low. Normally, only grandmaster forgers could achieve this feat. Unfortunately, Siliora was stuck at a bottleneck, and she would constantly be a step away from becoming a grandmaster forger. Hence, Siliora did not wish for anyone to disturb her, as she stayed hidden in the free zone of White River City, continuously researching the art of forging. Now you know how amazing I am, right? Aside from those old hidden monsters, there has not been anybody else who can beat me regarding forging techniques, Siliora grinned. Her gaze shifted back to the starfire crystal in Shifeng's hand. With my techniques and the starfire crystal, I guarantee that I can create an exceptional blazing meteor. Moreover, since Lord Weissman sent you to me, I will naturally give it my all to help you. Shifeng simply smiled at Siliora's words. He handed the starfire crystal over to Siliora, softly saying, I'll be troubling you then, Master Siliora. Siliora revealed a wide smile as she received the starfire crystal. Immediately, she ran towards her forging room, intending to create the blazing meteor straight away. Master Siliora, please wait a moment, Shifeng hurriedly said. What is it? Don't tell me that you're going back on your word? Siliora's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. She was extremely reluctant to part with the starfire crystal in her hands. You misunderstand me, Master Siliora. I think that this item should be of some help to you. Shifeng took out a piece of runic steel that he received as a system reward. This item could increase the forging success rate, and at the same time, it had a chance to increase the forged item's attributes. Siliora could not help her shock when she saw the runic steel. She instantly snatched it out of Shifeng's hands. She then started appraising Shifeng with her charming eyes, her delicate tongue sliding across her pouty lips. Giggling, she said, Why, I didn't think you would have so many precious treasures on you. What else do you have? Just pull them all out. All right then. I still have an item that I can temporarily lend to you. Under Siliora's eager gaze, Shifeng could not help but smile bitterly. He then took out the Book of Forging. Suddenly, Siliora's eyes widened as they locked onto the Book of Forging in Shifeng's hands. She was under immense shock, unable to speak a single word. This is the Book of Forging personally penned by the Forging God. Why do you have this item? Siliora was incomparably shocked, and her voice trembled with excitement as she spoke. She could not help but immediately snatch the Book of Forging, delving in. Master Siliora, I assume that you also know how precious this item is. I can loan it to you temporarily, so I hope you can use it properly and create a masterpiece. Shifeng held high expectations of the blazing meteor, so naturally he would not hold anything back in its creation. Moreover, NPCs could not steal items owned by players. Really? Siliora could not believe her own ears. She pounced Shifeng in excitement, planting a kiss on him. She then took the Book of Forging, rushing into her personal forging room. Wait here for a while. I guarantee that you will not be disappointed. Shifeng was stunned. However, he recovered very quickly, revealing a bitter smile. Celiora needed a long time to forge a piece of equipment. Since Shifeng had nothing better to do, he continued enhancing the luxury version of the White River City guidebook. After all, he had an expansive amount of information on White River City. Although he had already made plans for its revelation, he couldn't explain everything in a few sentences. Time flowed by unnoticed, and 2 hours had passed since Shifeng entered White River City. Meanwhile, the various guilds in the White River City region were in full swing. They continuously purchased and exchanged whetstones, and at the same time, desperately grinded in high-level monster areas. Snow, the number of players here grows larger and larger, and it is slowing our leveling speed by a lot. Why don't we go to the Gloomy Valley to level up? With a single triple flame barrage, Zhao Yueru finished off a low HP level 10 shadow werewolf. She then turned to Gentle Snow and spoke. Originally, there had not been that many players in this level 10 area. However, due to Shifeng's actions, level 8 and level 9 players began arriving, crowding the area. Every region had limited leveling resources, and every extra player in a region decreased the availability of those resources. With a decrease in resources, naturally, leveling speed would similarly fall. Thus, Zhao Yueru suggested going to the Gloomy Valley, which was a monster area of an even higher level. The Gloomy Valley was a level 11 to level 14 monster area. With their current equipment, they could still deal with level 11 and level 12 monsters. Only the danger would increase significantly. However, their leveling speed there would surpass that of this place by leaps. The Gloomy Valley was also only a short distance from their current location. If they hurried, they could reach it in just half an hour. If they used a speed scroll, they could arrive there in 10 minutes or so. Gentle Snow looked at her surroundings, discovering that the number of players had certainly increased. Moreover, these players were all elites of various large guilds. Whether luring or snatching monsters, they were all extremely experienced. As a result, the number of monsters available decreased, and their current leveling speed was less than half of what they started with. The players gathered here were still increasing in number. If this situation continued, they might not even reach level 10 within 7 to 8 hours grinding here. Alright then. After we receive the new batch of whetstones, we'll head for the Gloomy Valley. Gentle Snow looked at her weapon's durability as she spoke. Only 9 points remained. As her weapon was secret silver rank, she could still wield it for over an hour before its durability reached a critical point. At this moment, Gentle Snow's communicator rang out. Originally, Gentle Snow intended to reject the call without giving it much thought. However, when she saw that the caller was Shifeng, a faint smile appeared on her face. Previously, after Shifeng entered White River City, she had tried contacting Shifeng as well. However, Shifeng had immediately shut down all forms of communication, leaving her with no way of contacting him. She could only send him a message. Now that he was personally contacting her, it was possible that he had finally seen her message. Chapter 178, Super Dark Gold Rank. Since Shifeng attempted to contact her, Gentle Snow would not reject the call. In any case, there was still some time before the new batch of whetstones would arrive. Busy man, you finally have the time to contact me? Gentle Snow laughed softly after the call connected. You jest, Miss Snow. I am helpless about this as well. I was worried that my communicator would ring endlessly and distract me, so I simply turned it off. Didn't I immediately contact Miss Snow after I finished with my matters? Shifeng smiled. From Gentle Snow's tone, Shifeng could somewhat discern her aggrieved feelings. However, he was simply helpless with this. He had spent quite a long time conquering White River City. Moreover, he needed to waste even more time. After all, if he published the White River City guidebook shortly after he entered White River City, others would become highly suspicious. Without spending some time, how could he conduct an investigation? If he made the guidebook without any prior investigation, it would be strange if nobody suspected him. Hence, Shifeng intentionally took such a long time before he initiated contact, letting others think that he used this time to inspect White River City. Since you've come looking for me, it means that you've seen my message regarding the information about White River City. What are your thoughts? Name a price. I'll buy it all, Gentle Snow said seriously. If she could obtain information about White River City, she could prepare ahead of time. This way, they could get a huge lead on the other guilds. As for the matter of money, she rarely paid any mind. Moreover, she believed that Shifeng would not just set a random price. I've already compiled a guidebook with information about White River City. The guidebooks are divided into two versions, a simplified version and a luxury version. I'm prepared to publish and sell them on the official forums after some time. Shifeng nodded as he spoke. Gentle Snow was at a loss when she heard Shifeng. She couldn't help but admit that Shifeng was too good at grasping business opportunities. If Shifeng truly did such a thing, in addition to his identity as the first player to enter White River City, the legitimacy of the White River City guidebooks were surely guaranteed. The various large guilds would all compete for them. She had to admit that even she admired Shifeng's business acumen. There were countless guilds, both large and small, within the White River City region. A rough estimate would put the number at over 1,000. Even if Shifeng earned only 1,000 credits from each of these guilds, he could still earn well over 1,000,000 credits. When she heard of him mention a simplified version, it was clearly meant for average players. There would definitely be countless players purchasing it, so Shifeng would earn quite a lot from them as well. Just by collecting information for a few hours, in addition to his title as the #1 of White River City, Shifeng had already made a net profit of several million in a single night. It was possible that only Shifeng was capable of such a feat. I can't help but praise your idea. However, I wish to obtain this information in advance. Of course, I will pay a higher price. To put it another way, I hope that you can delay the information's release for 3 or 4 hours. Not only will I purchase the information at a high price, but I am also willing to pay 1,000,000 credits as a postponement fee. I wonder if that would be possible? Gentle Snow inquired, smiling. A 1,000,000 credits postponement fee, is it? Shifeng was truly shocked. Originally, by contacting Gentle Snow, he merely intended to sell the White River City guidebook to her in advance. He didn't think that Gentle Snow would have a move like this. He could not help but appreciate her intelligence. In actuality, even if Gentle Snow did not pay any compensation, he would still delay the release of the guidebooks by 2 or 3 hours. That way, the credibility of the guidebooks would be even higher. At the same time, it would increase those guilds' urgency. After all, they were already close to reaching level 10, so they were in dire need of information about White River City. Is it not enough? Then 2,000,000 should be fine, right? Gentle Snow wrinkled her eyebrows slightly, feeling that Shifeng was somewhat too greedy for money. No, 1,000,000 is enough. It's just, I wonder if you want the simplified version or the luxury version. Shifeng teased with a laugh. Do you even need to ask? The more detailed, the better. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes at Shifeng. She was even willing to spend 1,000,000 credits as an extension fee. So would she even lack that kind of money? That would be the luxury version then. I'm selling it for 20,000 credits. As a matter of fact, I still have a super luxury version of the guidebook in my possession. I wonder if Miss Snow would be interested in it. Shifeng smiled as he asked. A super luxury version? How much do you want for it? Gentle Snow responded, slightly contemptuous. 1,000,000. Shifeng said earnestly. The luxury version is selling for 20,000 credits, but you're selling the super luxury version for 1,000,000 credits? Are you taking me for a fool? Gentle Snow accused. How could that be? I've poured my blood into making it. If you don't want it, so be it. It is similarly sufficient to purchase just the luxury version. Shifeng was only filled with kind intentions. He would add some of the truly important information to the super luxury version. For example, information pertaining to the matter of how to quickly develop oneself, and information about the various daily quests available in White River City that could quickly increase one's level and reputation. Although it was not a lot of information, the help it provided was still considerable. It was enough to allow Gentle Snow to pull ahead of the other guilds by a great distance. Originally, Shifeng did not intend to sell this information. However, Gentle Snow was a slightly special case. The main reason was that Ouroboros, the guild Gentle Snow belonged to, did not have any conflicts with him. After all, Ouroboros' main power was based in the capital city, Star Moon City. Gentle Snow would, sooner or later, have to head to the capital to continue her development. Right now, he simply offered Gentle Snow a favor. In the future, if he were to meet with trouble, he might even be able to get Gentle Snow to help him. After all, the competition in White River City was bound to be intense. If some large guild intentionally targeted his own while his task swamped him, he could ask Gentle Snow for assistance. With Gentle Snow's personality, she would definitely lend him a hand. Also, another reason Shifeng did such a thing was to disperse the attention from himself. Destruction always pursued the great. If there were another, more outstanding, existence around, the various large guilds would shift their line of sight from Shifeng to that existence. Shifeng could kill two birds with one stone with his action, and only Gentle Snow's decision remained as the final hurdle. After a few seconds of silence, Gentle Snow let out a deep sigh as she said, "All right then. I'll buy it. When can you give it to me?" "In half an hour," Shifeng affirmed. "Good then. I'll transfer the money to you at that time." Gentle Snow disconnected the call. Standing beside Gentle Snow, Zhao Yueru had heard every word of the conversation. Puzzled, she asked, "Snow, I'm not trying to reprimand you, but although that Yifeng is one of the rare top-tier experts, within only a short few hours, just how much information could he possibly have gathered? Not to mention, that information is even priced at 1 million credits. He is clearly just trying to make a quick buck off of us. That Yifeng is insincere. We have already helped him out so much and even dealt with the matter of Underworld targeting him. Let's have a look at it before we judge," Gentle Snow sighed. In reality, even she did not hold much hope about the information. If it truly contained some valuable information, she would not take too big of a loss, at the very least. Following which, Shifeng also made a similar deal with Stabbing Heart of the Assassin's Alliance. However, he did not offer the super luxury version this time. After all, the Assassin's Alliance's main power was stationed in White River City. He only sold them the information in advance because of the friendship he had with Stabbing Heart. Stabbing Heart naturally knew this, so he was greatly touched by Shifeng's actions. He immediately paid 50,000 credits as gratitude to Shifeng. At the same time, with this information about White River City in hand, Stabbing Heart would also have the confidence to request the higher-ups to review the matter of suppressing Martial Union's development in White River City. That way, Martial Union would not even have the time to find trouble with Shifeng. Soon another half-hour passed by. Shifeng finally managed to compile and arrange the super luxury version of the White River City guidebook. He then sent it to Gentle Snow, Blackie, and the other members of his team. With Blackie's power leveling speed, every member of the team would quickly rise to level 10. They would be much faster than Gentle Snow, so Shifeng had to provide Blackie and the others with a better understanding of White River City ahead of time. Otherwise, they would simply be lost after entering White River City. At this moment, the metal door of the forging room opened, and Celiora walked out. Compared to when she entered the forging room, Celiora clearly felt more fatigued now. Crystal clear sweat coated her healthy wheat-colored skin, and she looked like she had just stepped out of a pool of water. Her appearance was utterly seductive. "Here, this item's for you." Celiora took out the Book of Forging, handing it to Shifeng with great reluctance. She then took out a flame-red flying dart. This flying dart radiated a brilliant red that intoxicated a person's heart. Aside from the epic-ranked greatsword, this item could be called my greatest masterpiece. Due to the quality of the materials being a limiting factor, this item could not achieve epic rank. However, it has still surpassed dark gold rank. You could call it a super dark gold ranked throwing weapon, so you have to cherish it properly. Super dark gold rank. What's that? Doubt-filled Shifeng. If it was dark gold, then it was dark gold. If it was epic, then it was epic. Why would there be a super dark gold rank? Looking at the meaning that Celiora tried to express, this item seemed to possess a special quality between the two ranks. Chapter 179. Pseudo-Extraordinary Attributes. Within Shifeng's memories, there was no mention of a super dark gold rank. However, if a master forger like Celiora called it such, that's what it was. Only just what kind of attributes would this blazing meteor possess? Are you unsure of what the super dark gold rank is? Celiora was in a very good mood after forging such a masterpiece. Hence she explained, "It is utterly understandable that you have not heard of it. Matters like these are only privy to those old monsters of the Grandmaster Forger rank. Even I discovered it by chance. Indeed, in God's domain, the rank after dark gold is epic. However, between these two ranks, there is a humongous threshold. One could say that items undergo a massive leap in quality when upgraded from dark gold rank to epic rank. Don't you feel that it is strange?" Shifeng nodded, deeply expressing his agreement. It was just like Celiora had said. Dark gold equipment was only somewhat stronger than fine gold equipment. However, regarding attributes, epic equipment was several tiers above dark gold equipment. Take the Mavis Guard in Blackie's hands for example. It was far superior to the Silver Lake in Shifeng's hands that possessed attributes rivaling a dark gold weapon. Simply equipping an epic weapon instantly gave Blackie a stronger damage output and attack power than Shifeng's. The power of an epic ranked item was obvious. It seems that you also understand the gap between these two ranks. Celiora revealed a smile saying, "In actuality, epic ranked items possess another name." Another name? This was the first Shifeng had heard of this. That's right, another name. This is also something I found out after researching the book of forging you lent me, coupled with the literature I've collected over the years, Celiora nodded. During the ancient times, epic-ranked items were also called extraordinary items. The owners of these items would possess an absolute strength that allowed them to surpass ordinary mortals. Thus they were known as extraordinary. Meanwhile, I did not utilize any extraordinary materials in forging the blazing meteor, so it could not become an extraordinary item. However, it can still be considered a pseudo-extraordinary item. A pseudo-extraordinary item? Shifeng started to understand a few points. He could not help but grow even more curious about the attributes of the blazing meteor, which caused Celiora so much excitement. Have a look at it yourself then. Celiora handed the blazing meteor over to Shifeng, softly saying, "A pseudo-extraordinary item is the maximum limit that mortals can achieve with their own power. While this blazing meteor can be considered a masterpiece, the closest thing to an extraordinary item." Shifeng's heart started beating quickly as he heard those words. It was an item that approached the quality of an epic-ranked item. Most likely, aside from his magic weapon, the Abyssal Blade, no other item in his possession could rival this blazing meteor. Furthermore, the blazing meteor he received in his previous life was only dark gold rank. He did not expect to obtain a pseudo-extraordinary item in this life. Shifeng immediately received the blazing meteor from Celiora, taking a look at its attributes. Blazing meteor, throwing weapon, dark gold rank. Equipment requirement. Strength 120, agility 140. Attack power, player's strength 2. Strength plus 50, agility plus 65, endurance plus 10. Attack speed plus 5. Maximum throwing distance, 45 yards. Ignore levels plus 8. Attack speed increased by 15%. When attacking, 35% chance to ignore target's defense. 30% chance to activate quadruple phantom effect. Each phantom causing 50% flame damage. 10% chance to activate knockback effect. 5% chance to activate burning flames effect, dealing 200 flame damage to the target every second for 10 seconds. Stacks up to 5 times. Additional skill, Flame God's Fury. Deals physical and flame damage to enemies within a 403-yard area. Deals 900% damage to the initial target and damage reduces by 10% with each consecutive enemy hit to a minimum of 500% damage. Cooldown 3 minutes. The blazing meteor was forged by the Grandmaster Forger, Siliora. Due to the limit of its materials, it is only a pseudo-extraordinary item possessing strength at the very limit of mortal men. The blazing meteor can be reforged into an epic ranked item after gathering epic ranked fire-type materials. User restriction, Yifeng. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Shifeng was instantly dumbfounded when he saw these attributes. As expected of a pseudo-extraordinary item, it was far superior to ordinary dark gold ranked items. As long as Shifeng's attributes reached the prerequisite, and he equipped the blazing meteor, his strength would instantly soar by several tiers. After receiving the blazing meteor, Shifeng finally felt that he was a true swordsman. There were 2 variations of the swordsman class: dual-wielding swordsman and two-handed swordsman. At the same time, a swordsman could also equip a long-range throwing weapon. However, a swordsman was still a melee class at its heart, so their ranged attacks were not particularly powerful. A majority of the swordsman players did not pay much attention to ranged throwing weapons. However, Shifeng heavily relied on his ranged attacks. After all, there were many instances when facing monsters with melee combat was troublesome. If he could switch to ranged attacks, he would have a much easier time. Moreover, there were plenty of shared skills in God's domain. Among them, there were quite a few throwing skills. If Shifeng could learn a few of them, he would not fall too far behind the other ranged classes. Now that he had the pseudo-extraordinary item, the blazing meteor, ranged attacks were no longer one of Shifeng's weaknesses. Moreover, throwing weapons were not consumable items. Due to the magical ingredients involved in its forging, the blazing meteor number of uses were limitless. Whenever a throwing weapon hit an enemy, it would instantly vanish and reappear in the player's hands. It was an extremely convenient function. Unfortunately, Shifeng's current attributes prevented him from equipping the blazing meteor. Only by replacing and upgrading the equipment he currently wore could he achieve the requirements of the blazing meteor. After Shifeng finished reading the blazing meteor's introduction, he was suddenly shocked. Siliora was originally a master forger, so why did the introduction describe her as a grandmaster forger? Master Siliora. Could it be that you're already a grandmaster forger? Shifeng looked at Siliora with doubtful eyes. The system introduction could not be faked. If the system displayed it, it must be true. However, that was inconceivable. Siliora, who was not even 30 years of age, had actually become a grandmaster forger. There was not a single grandmaster forger throughout all of the Star Moon Kingdom. Grandmaster forgers were existences that stood at the pinnacle of forging in God's domain, and even Tier 5 apex powerhouses had to suck up to a grandmaster forger. Their statuses were no lower than the ruler of a country. Normally, one could only meet a grandmaster forger with luck in the capital city of an empire, or places like Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the Siliora before him was one such existence. I didn't expect your eyesight to be so sharp. I have indeed become a grandmaster forger. However, this is all thanks to you. If you did not lend me the Book of Forging, allowing me to unravel the mysteries that have troubled me for the past several years, it would still be impossible for me to become a grandmaster. As a thank you, here is my communication crystal. In the future, you can contact me at any time through this item. Siliora nodded, smiling as she spoke. System. Hidden quest search for Siliora completed. Exceeded by aiding Siliora in becoming a grandmaster forger. Rewarding player with the pseudo-extraordinary item, the blazing meteor. Rewarding Siliora's communication crystal. Siliora's favorability increased by 200 points. Reputation in Star Moon Kingdom plus 50. Reputation in White River City plus 300. Obtained the title Grandmaster's Friend. Forging proficiency increased by 500 points. Rewarding 200,000 EXP. Instantly, Shifeng rose to level 14. Shifeng was stunned for a long time when he saw this series of rewards. Ignoring the fact that, with Siliora's communication crystal, He could often request Celiora to handle certain affairs for him. Just the 300 reputation points in White River City would make the purchase of a real estate in White River City much easier. As long as he became a baron, he could purchase private territory in White River City, establishing a guild residence. However, a baron could only purchase the outermost land of White River City. As for Celiora, she had only recently become a grandmaster forger, so she intended to go on a journey. She wanted to commemorate her achievement by making her first epic ranked item, so she needed to explore and search for materials. Soon after, Shifeng departed from the smithy. Seeing that the time was just about right, Shifeng posted the White River City guidebook on the official forums, setting the post to publish in 3 hours. He then used the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting there. Shortly after Shifeng departed, another batch of players set foot in White River City. Immediately, White River City region system announcements rang out. Chapter 180, Anonymous Sensation. Haha! We've finally arrived in White River City. This place looks spectacular. Such amazing NPCs. The moment Blackie and the others arrived in White River City, the amazing sight stunned them all. Their feelings alternated between joy, excitement, and an indescribable sense of pride. Everyone had suddenly arrived in White River City. Aside from Blackie and Lonely Snow, who both remained relatively calm, Cola and the others were in a daze. They thought that they were in a dream. When Fire Dance and Cola regrouped with Blackie, they discovered that Blackie and Lonely Snow had actually brought them to deal with a group of level 20 monsters. At that time, they nearly had heart attacks from the shock. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game, and killing monsters of a higher level in God's Domain was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, their average levels did not even reach level 8. It was simply suicidal for them to challenge a level 20 swamp rhino. Yet, Blackie and Lonely Snow immediately dragged their group and charged towards the swamp rhinos. The two acted as if the swamp rhinos were not level 20 monsters, but level 0 green gnomes awaiting death. However, Fire Dance and Cola could not have imagined what had actually occurred. Blackie instantly roasted the level 20 rhinos Lonely Snow had lured with a single hell flame. It was like the rhinos suffered from some weakening aura. At that time, their experience bars instantly increased by a huge chunk. Looking at this scene, Cola and the others' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in surprise. There was a saying, after 3 days had passed, one could no longer use one's old perspective to judge others. However, that involved the prerequisite of 3 days passing. It had only been several hours since separated from each other, but the growth rate of Blackie and Lonely Snow had switched from ascending by climbing a ladder to ascending by using an elevator. It was as if their growth rates had received hormone injections, increasing by tens of times. Within half an hour, they had all collectively gained a level. When they asked about Blackie and Lonely Snow's levels, Cola and Fire Dance were both utterly shocked. They were both already level 13. This gap made a world of difference. How did Blackie and Lonely Snow suddenly become so powerful? The only possibility they could think of was that their team leader, Shifeng, had power leveled the two. It was also the only logical explanation for Blackie and Lonely Snow's achievements. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo were both utterly shocked by Shifeng. It would be fine if Shifeng were the only one so powerful. However, their team even had 2 other level 13 powerhouses. Just how powerful was this team? If others discovered this, they might be less shocked by the sky falling. After several hours, Cola and the others reached level 10, one after another. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow had both risen to level 14. They acted in accordance with Shifeng's request, entering White River City and familiarizing themselves with the city. They would then receive some of the rare and daily quests, obtaining some rare items in exchange for the quest's completion. However, shortly after they entered White River City, a system announcement entered their ears. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. White River City Region System Announcement. 5 players have entered White River City. Activating White River City's ranking list. After the announcement repeated thrice, all the players within the White River City region were sent into a daze. What sort of situation was this? More than 5 players have already entered White River City? How long had it been since Shifeng accomplished that feat? Crap. What did these people eat when they grew up? I've only reached level 8, yet there is already a bunch of level 10s. Can't they play normally? It can't be right? None of these people are guild players. How could they all be independent players? Haha. Too awesome. Didn't those guilds think they were very amazing? This will teach them that independent players like us are still the strongest. Why haven't I heard of these people before? Just who are these people? Moreover, they even entered White River City together. They can't be players of the same party, right? Players throughout the White River City region discussed Blackie and the others' entrance to White River City and the activation of the regional ranking list. The players on the ranking list were, without a doubt, everyone's focus right now. Investigate. I want to know just who these people are immediately. They are all independent players. Immediately contact them. Even if we have to give them official positions, we must recruit them into our guild. The various large guilds all felt a heavy pressure weighing down on them. The ranking list should have been a competition between the various large guilds, yet it now belonged to a group of independent players. Moreover, they had taken hold of the top 6 positions. This utterly embarrassed these large guilds. Right now, these guilds needed to recruit these independent players into their guilds. That way, these guilds' names would also appear on the ranking list. Meanwhile, Blackie and Lonely Snow obeyed Shifeng's previous request. The moment they entered White River City, the system asked if they wanted to place their names on the ranking list. They both immediately rejected the offer. However, it was not a big deal for Cola and the other 5 members of the team. It was a good chance to cause panic in those large guilds, and they could increase their fame while doing so. After all, Cola and the others were still level 10. It was an expected level. However, if Blackie and Lonely Snow add their names to the ranking list, it would be a double-edged sword, bringing them fame while also poisoning their lives. Right now, these large guilds could understand Cola and the others reaching level 10. However, if 2 level 14 players suddenly appeared on the ranking list, no amount of brainpower could allow these guilds to make sense of things. Just leveling up from level 9 to level 10 would require more than an entire day's grinding. It was understandable if Blackie and Lonely Snow had powerful techniques and found a good leveling spot. However, a gap of 4 levels would simply provoke these guilds. They would create unscrupulous ways to obtain this leveling secret. Right now, if Blackie and Lonely Snow displayed their names on the ranking list, they would gain the enmity of every single player in the White River City region. Why isn't Yifeng's name there? Moreover, why do these names seem so familiar? Gentle Snow opened the ranking list, discovering that the top 6 players were all uniformly level 10. However, the number 1 position did not belong to Shifeng, but a player named Fire Dance. Moreover, Shifeng's name was not among the top 6 level 10 players at all. This situation confused Gentle Snow greatly. Snow, aren't Cola, Drowsy Sloth and Gluttonous Mouse Yifeng's teammates? They even left their names with ours at the Dark Moon Graveyard. I never thought that their leveling speed would be so fast. Zhao Yueru quickly recognized the names on the ranking list. This scene had shocked her. After all, she had a clear understanding of the background of these players. They were definitely noobs of God's domain, and they were not even close to being experts. The first time they met was at the Deathly Forest, and at that time, they were simply noobs that Shifeng had randomly chosen to party with. The second time they met, though their levels had not equaled hers, the gap between them had somewhat shrunk. Now, however, they had surpassed her. It was unbelievable. After receiving Zhao Yueru's reminder, sudden realization struck Gentle Snow. As a result, the usually calm and confident Gentle Snow, at this moment, revealed a look of surprise and bewilderment. Yifeng, just who are you? Gentle Snow could not help but inwardly wonder. Leading a group of noobs into becoming the focal point of the entire White River City, just how did Shifeng do it? Also, Shifeng, his good friend Blackie, and Lonely Snow had actually refrained from displaying their names on the ranking list. Gentle Snow could not understand this action. After all, the noobs that Shifeng had personally led had all risen to level 10. She did not believe that his good friend, Blackie, and Lonely Snow had not become level 10. The only possibility was that they hid their levels. But why would they want to hide their levels? Wasn't this a good chance to increase their reputation? Why would they hide them? What was there to gain? Suddenly, Gentle Snow thought of a possibility, or better yet, the only possibility. After she thought of this possibility, Gentle Snow involuntarily shuddered. Chapter 181. A joke. One had to admit that virtual reality was extremely realistic. There was only a small change to Gentle Snow's expression. Yet, Zhao Yueru immediately discovered it. Snow, what's wrong? Zhao Yueru worriedly asked. It was the first time she had seen such a surprised look on Gentle Snow. Although it was indeed unexpected that the group of noobs had become the level 10 players, it shouldn't be that much of a surprise to Gentle Snow. It's nothing. I just thought of some matters, that's all. Gentle Snow waved her hand, dismissing Zhao Yueru's concern. Gentle Snow paid no attention to Cola and the others who entered White River City, nor did she care that they had taken the top 6 spots on the ranking list. What she was truly concerned about were Shifeng and his friends' levels. If it were really as she imagined, becoming friends with Shifeng was a very wise decision. Elsewhere, when Unstable Devastation and Fire Dance's past companions saw the ranking list, they were all dumbfounded. This was especially true for Fire Dance's past companions. Not only had Fire Dance reached level 10, but Water Buffalo had also risen to level 10. As a result, envy and regret ate at their hearts. If they had chosen to follow Fire Dance and join Shifeng's team, they would be their team members right now. They enjoyed the envy and admiration of all players throughout the White River City region, a situation that many dreamt of experiencing. Unfortunately, they were no longer related to this matter. As they looked at the ranking list, they tried to contact Fire Dance and Water Buffalo. They all tried to apologize, and they wished that they could mend and recover their past relationships. After all, this was only a game. There was no need to be so serious, and they had only been joking. Meanwhile, Fire Dance and Water Buffalo had received their calls. However, they merely gave a single reply. There is no point crying over spilled milk. I do not wish to stay in touch in the future. Did they think that pushing off their actions as a joke would resolve everything? Now that really was a joke. Fire Dance's and Water Buffalo's words had unquestionably shattered their final hopes, sending them spiraling into a sea of endless regrets. As for Unstable Devastation, envy nearly drove him mad. He clearly remembered that his team had killed Cola's group of 3 once before, their levels dropping to level 7. When they met in Red Leaf Town's fountain, they were still level 7. On the other hand, Unstable Devastation's level had dropped to level 8 after dying once. During these past several hours, he had frantically grinded monsters, and was about to reach level 9. Yet, Cola's group had all reached level 10 during this same period. Just what sort of leveling speed was this? At first, it was Shifeng who had reached level 10. Now, even Cola and the others had risen to level 10. There was definitely something fishy about this. There must be some sort of method that allowed them to reach level 10 quickly. Shifeng obviously knew this method. It might even be some gigantic bug in the game. However, Unstable Devastation could do nothing against Shifeng. He had no way to force this secret out of Shifeng. Suddenly, an idea popped up in Unstable Devastation's head. If he published this matter on the official forums, revealing this bug, the system might punish Shifeng for exploiting it. On the other hand, if it were not a bug, the other guilds would definitely not let go of this great chance to rise to level 10 swiftly. They would force Shifeng to reveal this leveling method. If Shifeng kept his lips sealed, he would make enemies out of every guild in the White River City region. Meanwhile, if he revealed this leveling method and the system fixed it, it would similarly enrage the various guilds. Regardless what Shifeng did, he could no longer continue mingling in the White River City region. However, unstable devastation could not allow Shifeng to take any of these actions yet. Yi Feng, no man is wise all the time. I have finally grasped a hold of your weakness. Unstable devastation grew excited. As long as he used this move to threaten Shifeng would obediently hand over the secret. Immediately after, unstable devastation sent Shifeng a communication request. The first time, Shifeng did not pick up. The second time, Shifeng did not pick up. Unstable devastation made more than 10 consecutive calls to Shifeng. However, Shifeng did not answer any of them. As a result, unstable devastation nearly vomited blood in anger. However, when he thought of his beautiful future, he endured. Finally, after sending over 40 communication requests, the call finally connected. You're annoying. Can't you learn your lesson after so many rejections? Are you a pig? Must I give you a scolding before you are satisfied? I don't have anything to say to you. Go, play around wherever you want and don't come bothering me. Shifeng immediately started cursing the moment he picked up the call. Originally, he had been conducting business with Aqua Rose in a good mood. However, one after another, unstable devastation's calls endlessly pestered him, interrupting Shifeng's good mood. At first, Shifeng thought that unstable devastation would give up after a few rejections. However, Shifeng never thought that there would be no end to the disturbances. Hence, after telling Aqua Rose that he had some matters he needed to attend to for a moment, he looked for a place without people and gave unstable devastation a good scolding, soothing his mood. He then placed unstable devastation on his blacklist, preventing unstable devastation to further annoying him. Yi Feng, you dare to cut my call. After making over 40 calls, unstable devastation burned with anger. Now that Shifeng had insulted him, his blood boiled and his face turned crimson. The blood vessels in his face had nearly burst. However, just when he was about to curse at Shifeng, the call disconnected. This thoroughly enraged unstable devastation, and immediately, he called Shifeng again. However, this time, his calls did not even ring. He was on Shifeng's blacklist. Unstable devastation nearly fainted in anger. He had wasted so much time trying to call Shifeng, yet the only thing he got in return was a scolding. Shifeng had even blacklisted him. How was he supposed to threaten Shifeng now? How was he going to force Shifeng's obedience? Unstable devastation immediately directed one of his subordinates to contact Shifeng. After attempting to contact Shifeng a few more times, the call finally connected. Unstable devastation's subordinate then pressed the multi-party button that allowed others to participate in the conversation. Who are you? Shifeng asked. Yi Feng, you finally picked up. I have in my hands your speed leveling secret. If you don't wish to become an enemy of the entire White River City region, obey my wishes. Otherwise, I'll post the evidence on the official forums. I'm thinking that many guilds would be interested in your teammates' leveling secret, and they will go all out to deal with you. This time, unstable devastation spoke his piece quickly, fearing that Shifeng would hang up on him again. I asked, who are you? What's the point of all this nonsense? Are you a pig? Shifeng demanded. You're the pig. Everyone in your whole family is a pig. I am unstable devastation. I know that you have some secret to your team's leveling speed. You need to understand the situation you're in right now. If you dare continue to speak to me with such a tone, I'll release this secret of yours to everyone else. All the players in the entire White River City region will start trouble, and the various large guilds will hunt you down to learn your secret. When that happens, there will no longer be any place for you in God's domain. Unstable devastation hated being called an idiot. Now that Shifeng had repeatedly called him a pig, he could no longer endure it. So you really are a pig. Hello, pig. Goodbye, pig. Shifeng immediately disconnected the call, blacklisting the new character ID as well. Shifeng had never been a person to feel threatened by others, and regarding unstable devastation's threat, He paid no mind to it at all. The only reason he did not let Blackie and Lonely Snow reveal themselves was to avoid unnecessary trouble from those various large guilds, as that would delay their development. However, if there really were a need for a battle, he would not shrink from it. In fact, they could all bring it on if they wanted. The final winner and loser had yet to be determined. Master Black Flame, it looks like you have met with some trouble. As an ally of yours, why don't you let Twilight Echo deal with it for you? The graceful Aqua Rose suddenly walked over, smiling at Shifeng as she offered her assistance. Chapter 182. Clue about the Godslayer. As Shifeng's call had been set to private, outsiders could not listen in on his conversation with unstable devastation. However, although Aqua Rose could not hear what Shifeng said, she could clearly feel the killing intent radiating off of his body. To become friends with Shifeng, deepening their relationship, Aqua Rose would not let this chance pass her by. Thus she made her offer. Shifeng understood Aqua Rose's intentions. He simply smiled at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Aqua. It isn't anything big, only an annoying fly that I can kill with a slap at any time. We should continue with our business talks." At Shifeng's immediate rejection, Aqua Rose could do nothing but relent. After which, the two returned to their private room in the restaurant. At this moment, however, another male youth had appeared in the private room. This person was a knight geared with heavy armor. Based on his appearance, this man was obviously a shield warrior. A bone shield hung at his back, coupled with an exquisite black-colored battle axe. These two pieces of equipment looked extraordinary, and one could easily tell that they were secret silver rank. Moreover, this man was similar to Aqua Rose, in which they were both level 9. "Why are you here, Brilliant?" Aqua Rose asked, surprised at his sudden appearance. "I only worry that others will try to scam you, so I came to check up on you. Last time, you spent tens of millions of credits and returned with only a pile of worthless scrap paper. This incident invoked many elders' dissatisfaction. This time, you spent another large sum of money and manpower to purchase various ores and materials. Moreover, you didn't even notify the elders about any of your actions. They are furious right now. I'm here to tell you that, at the very least, you need their approvals in the future before you take action. Come back with me and offer them an explanation for now. Otherwise, those elders will make your life difficult in the future." The man named Brilliant Wargod shot Shifeng a glare. He had always treated Aqua Rose as his own woman. Meanwhile, the black-hooded Shifeng before him was a small character, beneath his notice. Yet, this small character actually dared to have a tryst with Aqua Rose. Immediately, Brilliant Wargod tugged on Aqua Rose's hand, intending to take her from this place. Shifeng merely shrugged at Brilliant Wargod's provocation. He did not mind this man with the IQ of a monkey in the least. He simply took it as watching a monkey show. Aqua Rose slapped away Brilliant Wargod's hand, her crescent eyebrows wrinkling slightly. She had only managed to secure her relationship with Shifeng after much difficulty, and was just about to enter a proper business discussion. She did not expect Brilliant Wargod to find out about it, and actually came running to interrupt her. If it weren't for her and Brilliant Wargod's families having friendly ties, she would not pay him any attention. "Brilliant, I have important matters to discuss. Return by yourself for now. As for the matter of the guild elders, I'll give them an explanation when I return," Aqua Rose said impatiently. For her trades with Shifeng, she always used her own money and people. The guild elders had no right to interfere, nor did they have the ability. Not to mention, she was an honorary elder of the guild, so her station was similar to theirs. They had no right to involve themselves in her matters. They were merely envious that she had earned a lot of money, and they all wanted a share of the pie. Seeing Aqua Rose's attitude, Brilliant Wargod could only give up his efforts. "Since you don't wish to go, I'll stay by your side to protect you. It'll destroy others' ideas of taking advantage of you." Brilliant Wargod glanced at Shifeng, his tone filled with ill intent as he spoke. Aqua Rose became furious at his words. She and Sherfong were going to discuss extremely confidential trade secrets. How could she allow Brilliant War God to listen in? No, you should return. Aqua Rose spoke, her tone frosty. Hearing Aqua Rose, Brilliant War God grew even more indignant. He sent a wrathful glare at Sherfong, sending a message to Sherfong secretly. I am an elder of Twilight Echo. Brat, you better know your place and scram. Aqua is my plaything, so you are not allowed to contact her again. You should know the consequences if I discover that you've done otherwise. Brilliant War God was usually a tyrant of a man, and nobody dared defy him due to his identity. Whenever he met with a situation, he simply needed to announce his identity, and others would immediately flee with their tails between their legs. Now that he had spoken, Sherfong would be no exception to this. After Sherfong saw this message, he involuntarily laughed. It seemed that this brilliant war god had arrived to cause trouble without understanding the situation. Saying that he had the IQ of a monkey gave him too much credit. His actual IQ might not even equal a dog's. With such a wealthy prince in the guild, it was no wonder Twilight Echo could not develop itself in the early stages of the game. It was actually due to the presence of this fool. Miss Aqua, I have something that I'd like you to see, Sherfong smiled. Aqua Rose grew very curious. Just what did Sherfong have to show her this time? Since Brilliant War God dared threaten Sherfong in such a way, Sherfong would act in kind. He forwarded Brilliant War God's message to Aqua Rose. Sherfong wanted this fool to know that one should be careful with their words and messages. Otherwise, accidents could occur. Brilliant War God, get out of my sight immediately. I don't wish to see you ever again. I will definitely tell Uncle and Auntie about this matter. Regarding the marriage affairs between our two families, don't even think about it from this moment onwards. Aqua Rose's complexion was instantly livid the moment she read the message. She already disliked Brilliant War God. Now, not to mention publicly trying to drive Sherfong away, he even dared call her his plaything. Brilliant War God was confused. Before he could even wonder why Aqua Rose wanted to sever their relationship, she had already kicked him from the private room. I'm sorry that you had to see such a joke, Aqua Rose apologized. It's nothing. I'm used to such matters. Not minding matters at all, Sherfong said, let's continue discussing about our trade then. At this moment, Brilliant War God started loudly cursing outside the door saying, Black Flame, you despicable little man. You actually dare frame me. Get out here right now if you have the ability. I challenge you to a duel. The loser clears their level back to 0. Do you dare accept it? What? You can frame me, but can't accept my challenge? Just as Sherfong and Aqua Rose were about to resume their business talks, Brilliant War God finally came to a realization. It turned out that Sherfong had forwarded his message to Aqua Rose. He really did not think that such an incident would occur. His past actions, which had never failed him, were actually useless against Sherfong. However, to redeem himself, he could only insist that Sherfong had framed him. Master Black Flame, I am truly sorry about this. I'll chase him away immediately. This was the first time Aqua Rose had realized that Brilliant War God was so obnoxious. His IQ was even in the negatives. With the existence of the main god system, how could players possibly modify others' messages and IDs? No need. I have my own faults in this matter, so let me deal with it. Sherfong rose from his seat, walking out of the private room. Black Flame, you despicable little man. You finally dare to show yourself. If you are a man, accept my challenge. If you lose, you will explain to Aqua Rose that you framed me. Do you dare accept? Brilliant War God jeered. What if you lose? Sherfong laughed. Ha ha ha. Can I even lose? Brilliant War God was incomparably arrogant. He took out a map, saying disdainfully, if you really are lucky enough to win, this item will be yours to keep. I only obtained this map after I organized a team of hundreds of elites to kill a wild level 10 Lord-ranked boss. This was the only item it dropped. He is a shield warrior, so he has a massive innate advantage when dealing with physical type classes. Moreover, the diamond guard he wears is a level 9 mysterious iron set equipment. His weapon and shield are also level 9 mysterious iron-ranked items, and he has over 1,400 HP. Moreover, Brilliant War God has powerful techniques himself. Even 2 to 3 physical-type class experts attacking together wouldn't be his match. Aqua Rose hurriedly stopped Shifeng. It was simply a farce for a swordsman to duel a shield warrior. Moreover, Black Flame was only a forger. His battle prowess was subpar at best. What? Afraid? Brilliant War God jeered as he glared at Shifeng. Alright, I'll agree, Shifeng smiled. Chapter 183, Special Condition. What did you say? Brilliant War God was stunned. Of course I accept your challenge, Shifeng smiled. After Shifeng's reaffirmation, Brilliant War God knew that he did not hear wrong. Originally, he had thought that Shifeng would immediately reject his challenge after learning how fearsome he was. He had even been in the midst of thinking of a way to provoke or anger Shifeng into accepting his challenge. However, it would seem that he had simply been wasting his time. He had actually met a fool with mental issues. Aqua Rose had explained to Shifeng how amazing he was, yet this person still happily agreed. However, this situation was fine as well. It would save him plenty of trouble. I didn't think that you would have the guts. Since you've accepted, let's take this outside. Rest assured, I'll give you a quick and painless death, and I won't embarrass you too much. Ha ha ha. Saying so, Brilliant War God laughed as he headed towards the restaurant's exit. Master Black Flame, you really shouldn't agree to him. Although he usually bullies others with his authority, his strength ranks within the top 5 amongst all the shield warriors in Echo Twilight. Moreover, the Diamond Guard set equipment he just obtained is Mysterious Iron rank, while his Giant Bear Waraxe is Secret Silver rank. On the other hand, you are a swordsman. You also focus on your subclass as a forger. Dueling him would only be a farce. Aqua Rose said worriedly as she walked over to Shifeng. Aqua Rose had a clear understanding of Brilliant War God's strength. If he had the chance, he would humiliate Shifeng in every way possible to take revenge for the previous incident. If Shifeng were humiliated, how could she continue her cooperation with Shifeng? She had already spent so much effort and purchased so many forging materials. Originally, she could have earned a big sum of money by cooperating with Shifeng. Now, however, Brilliant War God ruined it all. She wished that she could chop Brilliant War God into pieces right this instant. Miss Aqua, thank you for informing me of this. I already understand the situation, Shifeng thanked. It's good that you understand. Aqua Rose sighed in relief when she heard Shifeng. Now everything would be fine as long as she drove Brilliant War God away. Originally, Aqua Rose wanted to say, let me deal with this matter then. However, Shifeng interrupted her saying, you can rest assured that I will settle this battle very quickly. Finished speaking, Shifeng exited the restaurant as well, leaving behind a dazed Aqua Rose. After wasting her breath for so long, it turned out that Shifeng did not understand her at all. On the contrary, he even headed to the duel with confidence. Aqua Rose started to suspect that she had misspoken, causing Shifeng to think that Brilliant War God was extremely weak. In a city, duels could normally be conducted on the streets. However, both parties must agree to the rules and conditions before the duel could occur. Otherwise, it was only an attack, and the guards would personally kill and jail the player initiating the attack. The moment Shifeng set foot out of the restaurant, Brilliant War God sent the duel challenge. Moreover, the rewards and punishments were already set, and only Shifeng's agreement was necessary to start the duel officially. As the rules were absolute, once both sides agreed to them, there was no escaping the rewards or punishments. Even if players were unwilling to hand over the items gambled, the system would still automatically transfer the items to the winner. The loser would similarly receive the punishment agreed upon before the duel. Shifeng couldn't help but admit that Brilliant War God had a truly cruel heart. The condition set for the loser was an immediate drop to level 0, destroying their leveling efforts over the past several days. The loser would also have a huge level gap with the majority of the current players. It would be extremely difficult for the loser to catch up. If there are no problems, click the agree button. Brilliant War God smiled coldly. Shifeng gave the conditions a general glance. After confirming that there were no problems, he clicked agree. Let's start this meaningless battle then. Immediately after Shifeng clicked agree, gigantic numbers appeared floating in midair. It was the 10-second countdown timer for the start of the duel, and players were given this time to prepare for the upcoming battle. Ah, little brat, although this duel will be extremely boring, since you've dared slander me in front of Aqua Rose, this young master will make things a little more fun. I'll let you know what the difference in strength truly is, and how it feels to painfully struggle. Brilliant War God retrieved his shield and one-handed axe from his back, his face revealing a sinister smile. He looked just like a hungry wolf hunting its prey, and a red glint flashed in his eyes as he glared at Shifeng. Only at this moment did Aqua Rose exit the restaurant. Looking at Brilliant War God's appearance, her expression immediately sank. I'm finished. Aqua Rose already despaired. Not mentioning the fact that Shifeng would definitely lose, Brilliant War God's current condition was extremely dangerous. There might even be the possibility that he would drive Shifeng insane, trapping Shifeng in fear for a long time. Brilliant War God would very rarely display such an ability. The last time Aqua Rose saw Brilliant War God in such a condition, countless corpses littered around his feet. He had massacred a small guild with several hundreds of players. She did not think that Brilliant War God would fall into this madness today. Brilliant War God was extremely arrogant in his usual battles, and he would laugh madly as he fought. Only when he entered an extremely incited condition would he occasionally reveal such a sinister and cruel appearance. During such times, Brilliant War God was a lunatic, filled with unruliness. His battle prowess would also increase by several folds. In such a state, Brilliant War God was a truly bloodthirsty berserker. If even the normal Brilliant War God ranked within the top 5 shield warriors in Twilight Echo, it was uncertain where the current Brilliant War God might rank. It was possible that even the number 1 ranking shield warrior in Twilight Echo, Lonely Leaf, might not be a match for him. Very quickly, the 10-second preparation time ended. Little brat, I'll first cripple all 4 of your limbs. I'll turn you into a crawling worm, then toy with you slowly. Brilliant War God lifted his bone shield while his other hand wielded the giant bear war axe. His face revealed a sinister smile as he charged at Shifeng. Brilliant War God's current appearance did not resemble anything human. Instead, he looked more like a lunatic possessed by a demon. After entering this crazed state, Brilliant War God became extraordinarily fast and nimble. He charged Shifeng head-on. However, when Shifeng sent a sword stabbing at him, Shifeng's sword merely penetrated the afterimage left behind by Brilliant War God. I'll first cripple your right arm. Brilliant War God suddenly appeared at Shifeng's right, his giant bear war axe abruptly descending and slashing at Shifeng's right arm. By the side, Aqua Rose's complexion turned terrifyingly pale. After seeing Shifeng taking action, she immediately knew that Shifeng was not strong at all, just as she had expected. However, it was an ordinary situation after all. To become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 forger, Shifeng must have spent a lot of his effort on forging. Where would he find the time to increase his battle techniques? Even if Shifeng were an expert in some other virtual reality game, it would not be the same in God's domain. After entering God's domain, even the experts of other virtual reality games would only be slightly stronger than others. A lot of time was necessary to sharpen oneself in God's domain, and one needed to constantly battle monsters to improve. However, Shifeng clearly did not possess that much time. Brilliant War God would torture Shifeng here and now. He would fall into mental derangement for a long period. Even if he did not go crazy, he would be in a daze for a long time. How was she supposed to continue their trade with Shifeng in such a state? It seems that I can only wait longer, Aqua Rose said helplessly as she looked at the right arm Brilliant War God targeted. Surprisingly, however, Shifeng did not scream in pain. Chapter 184. Absolute Suppression. At this moment, Brilliant Wargod's giant bear war axe left a deep red streak across Shifeng's arm. In God's domain, although players would not receive high damages when their limbs were attacked, they would feel a faint numbing feeling in their limbs. Moreover, the numbing effect lasted for quite some time. During this time, players' reactions would slow down, affecting their battle conditions and slightly reducing their battle prowess. However, players would rarely attack limbs when they piked others, as there was no meaning to such an action. Compared to attacking the limbs, the body was a much easier target. After all, it was much easier to defend against an attack aimed at the limbs. Moreover, the limbs were much more nimble than the body, making them harder to hit. Most importantly, however, attacking vital points on the body would cause much more damage. Normally, only when experts pike new players would experts use such an attack method to toy with the new players. Right now, Brilliant Wargod clearly intended to toy with Shifeng. However, although Shifeng had been hurt, he did not scream in pain as expected. This utterly surprised Aqua Rose. Shifeng was, after all, only a forger. In God's domain, he would be the equivalent of a civilian worker, and his pain tolerance would be very low. Even if he were a battle veteran of God's domain, his face would at least twitch, and he would suck in a light breath when he received an attack. No matter how she looked at it, with Shifeng's subclass as a forger, he should at least make a sound as he was hit. Was it possible that Shifeng had turned off his pain perception completely? Normally, experts would maintain their pain perception at 30%, and only the newcomers and noobs would turn it off as they could not endure the pain. However, a majority of the players in God's domain would maintain it around 20%. No matter how one looked at Shifeng, he was by no means a newcomer or a noob, so it was impossible that he would turn off his pain perception completely. Yet his arm sustained the hit just now, but not the slightest hint of pain showed on his face. On the contrary, a smile filled his face right now. This was simply too abnormal. However, Brilliant Wargod paid no mind to these matters. Although he felt that something was missing, such as the screams of pain, that would not deter his continued attacks on Shifeng. Axe swing after axe swing landed on Shifeng's forelimbs, and after a full 5 seconds, Brilliant Wargod nearly roared with excitement from his ceaseless attacking. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose's shock grew as she stood a distance away and watched the scene before her. Black Flame, which location's god are you? However, she was not shocked due to how precise Brilliant Wargod's crazy attacks were. Instead, she was shocked by the HP bar above Shifeng. Brilliant Wargod's frantic attacks barely reduced Shifeng's HP. As of this moment, Shifeng had only lost 10% of his total HP. On the contrary, after 5 seconds passed, Shifeng's HP once again rose to 95%. The most shocking thing to Aqua Rose was how little damage Brilliant Wargod inflicted on Shifeng. Although Brilliant Wargod was a shield warrior, and his damage was much less than a berserker with the same standards, at the end of the day, Brilliant Wargod still wore a set of level 9 Mysterious Iron set equipment. He also wielded the secret silver rank Giant Bear War Axe, so his attack power was no less than a normal level 9 berserker. Even though Brilliant Wargod did not use any skills, his normal attacks failed to cause over -15 damage with each strike. Wasn't Shifeng's defense a little too frightening? Why do you still have so much HP? Brilliant Wargod, who had attacked all this time, suddenly stilled his hands. He had wanted to see Shifeng's suffering expression, yet he was immediately shocked to discover that Shifeng did not lose much HP at all. He then looked at his damage log, discovering a series of damages that was only around -10. You have keen reactions, precise attacks, good battle techniques, above average standards, and you're capable of activating extraordinary condition. It's as expected of Twilight Echo's 5th ranking shield warrior. Shifeng made a general deduction of Brilliant Wargod's standards. He then said with a smile, "Since you're done attacking, it should be my turn now." Shifeng was currently level 14, while Brilliant Wargod was only level 9. In God's domain, if players and monsters had a level gap of 3 levels, then due to the level suppression, players would have their damage reduced by around 50%. Meanwhile, in a situation where both sides consisted of players, The party with the lower level would have their damage reduced by 65%. If the gap grew to 5 levels, then there would be an 80% damage reduction. For 10 levels and above, the damage reduction was 95% and above. In addition, Shifeng currently wore the Silvermoon set equipment, so his defense was very high, to begin with. After he had risen to level 14, his endurance attribute increased just beyond 80 points, activating the hidden passive skill for endurance, basic body strengthening. With this passive skill, all attacks causing less than 50 damage were greatly weakened, his battle recovery rate would slightly increase, and his stamina recovery would slightly improve as well. Due to the damage Brilliant War God caused him being extremely low, his battle recovery could replenish most of his lost HP in one shot. This was the specialty of virtual reality games. Due to the gap in levels and attributes, the disparity in strength was worlds apart. Brilliant War God was obviously unaware of this. Stop bluffing. You're merely a blockhead with high defense. Watch how I'll get rid of you and send you back to level 0. Regret becoming my enemy. Brilliant War God did not and would not believe that Shifeng could retaliate. He raised his giant bear war axe, sending a fierce slash towards Shifeng's chest. Brilliant War God no longer fooled around. He wanted to get rid of Shifeng instantly like a fierce gale, so he coupled his attack with a skill. However, standing at a distance, Aqua Rose did not think that Shifeng bluffed at all. Since the start of the battle, Shifeng had waved his sword only once, then stood without moving, allowing Brilliant War God to attack him for an entire 5 seconds continuously. 5 seconds. Even the weakest players could attack or defend many times within this amount of time. Yet, Shifeng chose to do nothing at all. The moment Brilliant War God's giant bear axe passed through Shifeng's body, Brilliant War God involuntarily revealed a cold smile. His belief that Shifeng only bluffed was reaffirmed. Afterimage. Brilliant War God immediately noticed that sensation of his axe passing through Shifeng felt odd. At this moment, he realized that the Shifeng before him was simply an afterimage. He then spun, searching for Shifeng's position. At this moment, Shifeng had already arrived at Brilliant War God's back. His movements were silent as if he did not exist at all. Shifeng's right hand twitched, and the abyssal blade lightly pierced through Brilliant War God's back. A hole appeared in the hard armor that Brilliant War God wore, and the shield warrior instantly felt his heart cool to freezing temperatures. Brilliant War God felt an immense pain in his chest. Since when had a young master like himself experienced such a degree of pain? Immediately, he released an agonizing scream as a damage of over -300 appeared above his head. With a single hit, Brilliant War God lost over a fifth of his total HP. Such speed and attack power. Aqua Rose had distinctly witnessed it from a distance, and her shock-filled eyes involuntarily blinked as a result. She did not think that Shifeng, as a forger, would actually be so amazing in battle. His attack power was simply inhumane. Because of the equipment he possessed, Brilliant War God's defense was frightening. Yet, Shifeng's normal attack dealt over -300 damage to the warrior. Between the two of them, be it defense or attack power, Brilliant War God was far from Shifeng's equal. The disparity in strength was clear for all to behold. The two of them were on completely different levels. It was simply unbelievable. Even with Brilliant War God's standards, there was still an evident gap in strength between him and Shifeng. This fight had completely renewed Aqua Rose's recognition of God's domain. After stabbing Brilliant War God once, Shifeng did not give Brilliant War God any chances. He once again waved the abyssal blade, sending a chop at Brilliant War God's body. Shifeng landed a triple damage critical attack, causing over -2,400 damage, and instantly killing Brilliant War God. You're tuning in to the Limei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.